Okay. Yeah, I'm ready to go. I suggest closing the door. If everyone would, may I have a microphone, please? If everyone would please take your seats, we would appreciate it. We begin our afternoon plenary on the topic of Israel's energy, challenges and opportunities. Many have referred to the current war as a second war of independence, in part because of the emerging needs for Israel to be food independent, weapons independent, and energy independent. Israel, through its natural gas discoveries, is quickly turning from a resource-poor country into an energy powerhouse. We are pleased today to welcome the esteemed Israeli Energy Minister, Eli Cohen.
Dear friends, Alex Strayman, JNS CEO, before I will speak in specific to our energy resources, gas, water, etc., we should start the beginning and mention that we are right now in Israel through one of the most challenging times for the state of Israel since its founding. We are today during very difficult days between the Holocaust Remembrance Day, which we marked last week, and the Memorial Day and the Independence Day, which we'll mark this week. On Holocaust Remembrance Day, we honor the memory of the 6 million Jews who were murdered during the Holocaust, and we are committed to never forget the horrors of the Nazis and to stand strong against anyone who seeks to harm the Jewish people. I'm also very delighted to see with us my close friends, the head of the municipality of Binyamin, Israel Gantz, which is also the chairman of Yesha Council. Israel, I'm very glad to see you here with us. On Memorial Day, we will honor the memory of the brave soldiers who gave their lives so that the Jewish people would have estates in the land of Israel. While we are here in Jerusalem, in this hell, we have soldiers in Syria, soldiers in Lebanon, in Gaza, in Judea and Samaria, in all those places. We have soldiers right now. We are fighting with 7 different countries. Unfortunately, in the last year, 850 families joined to the bereaved families, and I met a lot of families who paid a very heavy price for our state. On the Independence Day, we will celebrate the existence of our beloved country, a country with which we will continue to fight as long as we need. This year, these days, have even deeper meaning for every Israeli and every Jew. The Nazi regime was destroyed at the end of the World War II, but their hateful ideology still exists. On October 7, we saw how deeply anti-Semitism still runs in the blood of our enemies. For them, the destruction of the Jewish people and the state of Israel is not just a distant dream. It is a real and active plan. The atrocities committed by Hamas terrorists on that dark Saturday were among the most horrific in human history. And we have a film which is more than 1 hour, which was filmed by the terrorists, which you can see how they rape women, how they murder people, how they murder entire families. And every person who believes in a peace and in justice must stand with Israel against these forces of evil and say never again. The international community must support Israel's fight against terror and dismantling of Hamas rule. If we do not defeat terrorism, it will not stop in the Middle East. It will spread to Europe, to the United States, and to the entire free world. Israel can be surprised, but it cannot be defeated. Over the past year and 7 months since October 7, Israel has proven that it has a strong army with powerful capabilities. But even more important, we have determination and unbreakable spirit. On October 7, I was serving as the Israeli Minister of Foreign Affairs. And in the foreign ministry, we had a room what we call the situation room. And the situation room collapsed from the flood of calls from Israelis around the world. During their vacations, they want only one thing. They ask when they can come back to Israel and help with the war efforts. In most countries, when war breaks out, people want to escape. In Israel, everyone wants to return. We are in this country approximately 8 million Jews. And almost 600,000 people fight in the last 1.5 years. For us, it took less than 48 hours to ask, beside our 200,000 soldiers, we asked 400,000 in the reserve to join them. And it took us less than 48 hours. Russia, a country with 140 million people, it took them more than 4 months to ask for 300,000 people to join to their army. During the war, thanks to our brave soldiers, we harmed the Hamas, eliminated Sinwar and Muhammad death. We brought 196 hostages, and we will continue to do everything necessary until we will bring back the 59 hostages still held in Gaza. In Lebanon, we destroyed most of Hezbollah military capabilities, eliminated Hassan Nasrallah, along with much of the Hezbollah's leadership, pushed the organization away from our border, and harmed thousands of its terrorists. Definitely, our action also led to the collapse of the Assad regime, breaking the Iranian axis in the Middle East and bringing Iran to its weakest point since the Islamic Revolution in 1979. But let me be clear, there will be no stability and prosperity in the Middle East until we reach the head of the snake, Tehran. The world must not allow Iran to continue spreading terror and must certainly not allow it to achieve a nuclear weapon. Israel, it's the only state which is a member in the UN where another country is calling for our destruction. Not just calling for our destruction, she is doing everything that she can in order to achieve a nuclear weapon. Fortunately, President Donald Trump and the current US administration see eye to eye with us. They share the simple understanding: Iran must not be allowed to obtain a nuclear weapon. With your permission, I will speak a little bit about energy, and they wrote me some speech, but I will prefer to speak openly. You know that until 3-4 decades ago, the most economical valuable source in the world was oil and gas. And in those times, when the Arab and the Muslim countries have these resources, they use it in order to boycott Israel. You know, for example, until the beginning of the 90s, there was no Toyota cars in Israel. And there is a lot of things that they asked to boycott Israel. Thanks God, the most economic valuable things right now in the world is what we have on our shoulder. It's our head. And in Israel, which we call it the nation of innovation, we have right now more startups than all of Europe together. And there is a phrase which we all know, a Jewish phrase, which we call tikkun olam, which the meaning is to make the world a better place. And our goal is to take all the Israeli companies and innovation and to make the world a better place. And we invent drugs to people that have some deadly cancer. We invented ways, disc on key, a stent, many things that you can imagine. And when the BDS movement was rise, I told them that if you want to boycott Israel, go it all the way, which means boycott everything that is connected to Israel, and you will see that you are not able to do so. But we are trying to use our capabilities for the world and to make the world a better place. Also in the energy field. Actually, most of the time in Israel, most of our advantage in the first place was our disadvantage. We are very good in cyber security, since we have a lot of cyber attack. We are very good in water technology, since 60% of our land is desert. And we need to have water to our use, to agriculture. And right now, we are even exporting water to our neighbor, to Jordan, every year. And it's very important in our region. 15 years ago, we had some gas discoveries. And our gas discoveries, it's also very important to our economy, but we are also selling natural gas to Egypt, to Jordan, strengthening our relations with them. And we see it right now, it's very important as a key factor to stabilize our region. Today, thanks to the Israeli innovation and creativity, we are global leaders in the water technology, and we are supplying water, as I mentioned, to Jordan and other countries. And we believe that there will be a shortage of water in a lot of countries around the world, in East Europe, in Africa, in Asia, and other places as well. And we are planning in the fourth quarter of this year to arrange a big conference to take all our know-how and capabilities and help to the world with all our water technology and to sell it. We are building an electricity cable that will connect Israel to Europe through Cyprus and Greece. And this is just the beginning. I have no doubt that expanding the Abraham Accord, which I believe and hope will happen soon, will go hand in hand with expanding energy cooperation across the Middle East, helping bring a new era to our region. The United Arab Emirates decided to invest in our gas discoveries. I met the president of Azerbaijan and the minister of Azerbaijan that they came to Israel a few weeks ago and also decided to invest in our energy. Azerbaijan was the first Muslim Shia country to open an embassy in Israel. It's happened in March 23 when she made it. So we definitely see the energy as a very important and a key factor. And Israel, the demand for electricity is 3.7% per annum, and it's increasing from year to year, thanks to the growth of the population, the level of the life that increases as well, and also I believe that the demand of AI will even bring the number even more than 4% per year, and definitely our neighbors will need it as well, so we will definitely do it. I also would like to take this opportunity and to thank you all, since all of us saw that we are one people, the Jewish people, here in Israel and also in all diaspora, in the United States, Europe, and all the other places. And I serve as the foreign minister, right now the energy minister, and I saw your commitment and your help during those difficult times. It was important, really important, but it was also really heartwarming that we are not alone. So thank you all. And, dear Flair, thank you. וחג עצמאות שמח, עם ישראל חי.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. One of the battle fronts where Israel has had its most difficult challenges during the war is social media, where algorithms often favoring pro-Palestinian and pro-Hamas content grow exponentially, and they do so over pro-Israel content. It's a tremendous challenge. We have the technology, we have the brain power, we need the reach. The results have been catastrophic during the war of narratives and information. We, on October 8th, found ourselves already behind in the narrative war. We are fortunate to have a dear friend who is a key person involved in the battle on social media. I refer to Jordana Cutler, the Public Policy Director for Israel and the Jewish Diaspora at Meta. You all should be very proud of the work Jordana does. I am very proud of the work she does. And we should be very proud that Meta has taken a leadership role in seeing to it that truth is the mantra. Please welcome Jordana Cutler.
Thank you very much to JNS. Thank you to your conference chair, Richard Heidemann, to your better half, Phyllis. I am very lucky to be able to call you both my friends for 35 years, I'm truly grateful for your support and your friendship. Thank you very much. I think we all know that none of this could have happened without the Heidemans, and it's been extremely impressive to be here over the last day and a half. I also want to thank JNS CEO Alex Trayman. Thank you for including me. And thank you for including Meta in this important event. I'm really honored to be here with you today. I have to say, the energy and vibe has really been incredible here. I have been at Meta for almost 9 years, longer than 95% of our current employees. Throughout these years, I have witnessed the company and the world change in ways I would have never imagined years ago. I am living out the Zionist dream. I made Aliyah almost 18 years ago, and I am privileged to wake up every day in a city that used to be home to the Maccabees and to take my children to their Jewish school. After many years of working in the government, I am now part of an incredible tech company whose mission is to give people the power to build community and to bring the world closer together. Over 3 billion people come to Meta's platforms every month to stay connected with their friends and family, build their businesses, volunteer with organizations they care about, and share billions of pictures and videos about their lives. We firmly believe that technology has the ability to do good. We also recognize that bad actors seek to use our platforms in harmful ways, and we take our responsibility to stop them seriously. As we work to connect people, we strive to keep those connections positive. That is why we have long-standing policies against terrorism and hate. This balance between free expression and safety has never been more important. It has been the subject of conversations I've had with many of you in this room. I could divide those conversations into 2 themes. Why isn't Meta removing enough content? And why is Meta removing so much content? Our policies are not perfect, but they are crafted with consideration for the complexities of the issues that we face. In the past, we developed complex systems to manage these content concerns. This was partly in response to societal and political pressure for content moderation. As well-intentioned as these efforts might have been, they expanded over time to a point where we made too many mistakes, frustrating our users, and often getting in the way of the free expression we aim to enable. Too much harmless content gets censored, too many people get locked up in Facebook jail, and we're often too slow to respond. Some of you in this room have experienced this. We want to fix that and return to our commitment to free expression. That is why Mark Zuckerberg announced changes to our approach to policies and enforcement earlier this year. This includes making changes like canceling our third-party fact-checker program and moving to a community notes system. Systems less prone to bias are vital for the people in this room and the causes you champion. We'll empower users to choose to see more political and civic content in feed on Facebook, Instagram, and Threads. Back in 2021, we assumed that most people wanted to see less content about elections, politics, and social issues. We realized this general approach was wrong. People should be able to personalize their feed with more of the content they want to see. We simplified content policies and removed restrictions on topics like immigration and gender identity to allow for more open discussions and debate. In fact, these changes will allow us to focus more resources on combating illegal and high-severity violations like terrorism. These changes, which have begun in the US, will impact many of you, and I believe for the better. Changing our approach and changing policies is part of the process to fix things. That is why we have policy teams around the world dedicated to tackling these challenges. In addition to my work leading the Israel Public Policy team, I created a new role specifically focused on the Jewish diaspora. It is a privilege to represent Meta to Jewish communities worldwide. I am proud that Meta's commitment to addressing anti-Semitism on our platforms has remained steadfast, especially after October 7th. Our policies are industry-leading in protecting Jewish people and Israelis on our platforms. Our community standards include policies that prevent harassment, violence, and incitement, and include a robust framework to combat anti-Semitism. Our hateful conduct policy includes specific protections for Israelis and Jews. We banned Holocaust denial and distortion back in 2020. We changed industry thinking on this issue, designating denial as hate speech rather than misinformation. It wasn't just about facts, it was about protecting people from harmful conduct. We banned content with harmful stereotypes about Jews, such as the claim that Jews run the world or other major institutions. We updated our policies to recognize that the term Zionist can be used as a proxy for Jews and Israelis. We banned content claiming Zionists run the world or control the media, and we do not allow for dehumanizing comparisons of Zionists. It's a delicate balance between safety and expression. My role is to ensure that the voices of Israelis and the Jewish community are heard in this policymaking process. This brings me back to the question so many of you had asked me. Why isn't Meta removing enough content, and why is Meta removing so much content? A day that tested our policies and forced us to adapt in real time was October 7th. In the early hours, our Special Operations Center sprang into action, monitoring the terrifying situation as it unfolded. Meta's teams worked tirelessly to tackle the surge of violating content related to the war, removing hundreds of thousands of posts in hours. We took proactive steps to prevent our platforms from being used to promote terrorism. We watched in horror as hostages were kidnapped. The videos of those moments have become a haunting testament to the events that unfolded. We removed content showing victims in the moments they were kidnapped. In the early morning hours of October 7th and the days that followed, this truly felt like the right policy. We saw how this content was being shared, and we used every tool at our disposal to prevent the glorification or support of Hamas on our platform. But as the situation unfolded, a new trend emerged. People began sharing footage of the kidnappings, not to support or celebrate them, but to condemn and raise awareness. They shared images of the attacks and the hostages, pleading for their safe return. In what other situation did people need to share footage of a terrorist attack to fight back at those denying that it ever happened? This wasn't a scenario that our policy had anticipated, and Meta needed to adapt. We listened to feedback, including from many of you in this room, and quickly revised our policy. We changed our policy to allow sharing of this footage in a specific context, condemning the attacks and raising awareness of the hostages' plight. We added a warning screen to inform users of potentially disturbing content. Yet we still do not allow Hamas-produced propaganda, even if the intent is to condemn. Given the difficulty to distinguish how this content is being shared, we do not want to provide a terrorist organization to promote its goals with such content. This experience highlights the complexity of content policy on social media. When millions of pieces of content are shared, nuance is critical. Moreover, our solutions needed to scale. With billions of users and countless interactions every day, our technology must be capable of handling immense volume while maintaining precision. We need tools that can distinguish between glorification and condemnation, and technology that could prevent terrorist propaganda from spreading while protecting legitimate speech. Post-October 7th, Israelis and Jews around the world understand the importance of this value more than ever. As the Prime Minister noted last night, the best way to fight is by speaking the truth. As some of you know, I worked for Minister Ron Dermer for many years. He would often tell the story of how he watched former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan hold a press conference bashing Israel back in 2002. While this was a common occurrence, as you could imagine, there was something that stood out to Ron. In front of the global media, Annan claimed, "I don't think the whole world can be wrong." But in fact, as we all know, the whole world can be wrong. This is why our speech, our freedom of speech, is more important than ever. Thank you very much to JNS for amplifying our conversations, illuminating our discussions, and enriching our debates with the power of your speech. Your work on this conference and every day has made a real impact on all of your platforms, and not just Facebook and Instagram. I look forward to continuing and to deepening our partnership. Thank you very much for having me.
We all know that President Biden was asking the Prime Minister, tell me your plan for the day after in Gaza, almost as if one should write the conclusion of the book before even outlining the chapters, before even knowing of the challenges. One of the most important questions surrounding the current war is, however, what will be the future of the people, the land, the policies, and the governance of the Gaza Strip? What will happen to Gaza's residents? Who will rule? Who will manage? Who will provide services? How will the Strip be rebuilt, and by whom? To address the day after in Gaza, I invite to the stage Dr. Dan Diker, President of the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs, along with Oded Elam, former head of the Counterterrorism Division in the Mossad and currently a JCFA researcher, Yifa Siegel, Managing Director of Chetz for Israel, and veteran reporter and senior fellow, a person who knows no fear when it comes to speaking the truth, Arab and Palestinian Affairs senior fellow at JCFA, Khaled Abu Toma. Please come forward.
Everyone's still awake. It's wonderful to see. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Richard. Richard said it very well. Sometimes we have a tendency in Israel and the West to engage in solutionism. What's the outcome? What's the day after? And the reality in Gaza, I think, as everyone here, I think everyone in the room understands, because this is certainly highly educated and deeply understanding room in this family meeting, that anything but the day after of Gaza is right now. What do we do now? What's the reality now? What are the challenges now? There are so many nuances and complexities to the situation in Gaza that people know, between crime families, mafia groups. Hamas is still well entrenched in power, that we first have to ask the right questions, as my teacher, Professor Bernard Lewis, used to say. Ask the right question to solicit the right directions and in answers. And I think the issue of Gaza that we'll discuss now, and we only have 17 minutes, so I'm going to stop within 30 seconds, is to say that there's an operational aspect to Gaza, I would say, between the Trump vision and Egypt's response operationally. And then there's the conceptual, cognitive issue of Gaza. What President Trump did with one declaration was to completely uproot decades of what we call Palestinian illusionism that has filtered into the West, that you have to solve the rights of the Palestinians, or that the Palestinian issue is key to bringing regional stability and security. So we have the tension between the conceptual, what they say, toda'ati, cognitive understanding, and the operational understanding. Khaled, we had a podcast at JNS where we just talked about some of these really serious limitations, constraints. And one thing you said that really stuck out in my mind is, Dan, do it quietly. Don't make big announcements about Gaza. Tell us what you mean from a point of view of political culture and Gaza that we have to understand.
Well, Dan, I was referring to the Trump vision for Gaza. And first of all, I mean, I would like to tell you that I talk to a lot of people in Gaza, and I've been talking to them for many years. I mean, I used to go spend a lot of time in Gaza in the good old days before peace. But when you talk to people in Gaza these days, I mean, you know, it's their dream to leave Gaza. But here's the problem. The problem is that when it comes from Trump, or it comes from Israel, or from Europe, it doesn't look good. It actually embarrasses those who really want to leave, because it looks more like a conspiracy, a plot by the Americans and the Zionists to empty Gaza. So what I'm saying is the following. If you want such a plan to succeed, you need to, first of all, have a real plan and not just a statement here and there. And that's how Palestinians see it. And number two, you need to work quietly on such a plan behind the scenes. You need to coordinate it with Arab countries. You need to talk to other parties. You cannot just throw a sentence here and there at a press conference and then assume that, you know, people will accept it. So that's what I meant when I said that, you know, in the Middle East, you need to understand the nuances, you need to understand Arab culture. You can't just throw things like that and assume that it will succeed. So that's what I was referring to. Now, I look at the situation today, and by the way, again, talking to people in Gaza, hundreds of people are leaving every week. They're going to different places through Israel and through the border with Egypt. They're going for medical treatment, that's what it's called. But there is a movement out of Gaza, and no one is able to stop it. On another note, Dan, what is important, and I'm here talking on a personal note, we are, I think, 20 months after the war, and I'm personally disappointed. I'm disappointed because I see that Israel has failed to achieve its two goals. I don't see an Israeli strategy also. Where is this leading? I also see that Hamas is still there. Okay, they've lost a lot of their military capabilities, and they've lost many of their men, but Hamas still exists as a governing body, as a party that is in control of Gaza in one way or another. And no one really seems to know what's going to happen in Gaza.
Yeah, it's a big question mark. Yifa, how do you see it? You see the Trump vision as possible? I mean, Khalid has said, and I know that Oded and I have talked, that it's possible, it's starting to happen, but right now it looks like a stalemate, a big question mark, no operative plan, nothing really moving forward, wait and see.
Yes, and I think it's an Israeli problem, but it's a part of the more general Western problem. We want to see, it goes to what Richard was saying, we want to understand what it will look like at the very end, right? I mean, fast forward, okay, let's see the end of the movie, it's okay, let's go back now and see the movie. Not how it works. So I think Trump plan, maybe it's a possibility, but I want to talk about what we should do in the interim, because, you know, we've written plans about the day after in Gaza. We did it together also with my colleague and friend Maurice Hirsch and the IDSF. But we wrote something that I think is more important, which is what we should do today, or, excuse me, what we should have been doing yesterday. Yeah. So I think that, first of all, the reality in Gaza doesn't allow for anything to happen, because as long as Hamas is in control, you can't implement anything. No one can come out and have the courage or the stupidity, right, of actually going against Hamas openly and doing something that is organized. So I think it's important to do something in the interim. We've called it an administrative, a humanitarian administration. It doesn't have to, you know, it doesn't have to be applied to the entire Gaza Strip on the very first day. You start small, you start in an area that you can control potentially, right? In the northern part of Gaza, you can build like a refugee city. UNHCR does it all over the world. You create an area that is clear of Hamas. You take away from Hamas the control of the humanitarian aid, which is a source of power of Hamas. It gives them money, it gives them supplies, and it gives them control over the civilian population. So if you do it one step at a time, but start already, start today, start yesterday, create a situation where you're in control of the humanitarian aid, where you can start bringing Gazans into your side. You can start telling Gazans, bring us our hostages back and we'll give you refuge or money or whatever because we have a safe zone for you inside the Gaza Strip. Then you can start talking about maybe people can start leaving in greater masses from Gaza. Maybe you can apply a long-term plan. But I think the first thing that we should do is look at the humanitarian situation as a very important source of leverage and power, and implement it, slowly but surely, and start making a difference as soon as possible.
Thank you, Ifad. It's interesting.
Thank you.
There goes 5 seconds. Colonel John Spencer, who's a JCFA advisor, also said exactly what you said, clear and hold, neighborhood by neighborhood. And then you, Khalid, you've made this point before, you actually encourage and energize the confidence of the public in Gaza that there is a new sheriff in town, that's Israel, they'll get humanitarian aid, there's no more Hamas in that particular neighborhood, and you move one to the other.
Dan, just one more sentence to complete my earlier statements. One of the complaints I'm hearing from many Palestinians in Gaza is, why is Trump offering us Egypt and Jordan? Why doesn't he come with a better offer?
Qatar.
Greenland.
Yeah, no, offer us the US, Canada, somewhere else, but why do you want to send me to Egypt and Jordan? The economy is bad, there's no work there. So people are expecting something, but they're expecting a better offer.
Very good. Oded, the first phone call that the Taliban received in 2021 as they chased American airplanes down the runway at Kabul was from Ismail Haniyeh, congratulating them on the end of the American occupation of Afghanistan and now praying for the victory in what they call Palestine. Help us understand the implications of Gaza, not only for the immediate territorial aspect, but for the Middle East and the Muslim world at large and the West.
First of all, thanks for having me. It's a great honor to be here. I served 24 years in the Mossad, and if I can give you one advice, is get rid of your beepers. As to your question, Dan, if this war ends as the Hamas is still in power in Gaza, and I'm not talking about governing Gaza, because they are already ready to submit it to anyone who is willing to take Gaza, but they try to copy-paste the model of Hezbollah in Lebanon, which means, okay, there is a government, but in fact, we dictate everything that happens in Lebanon. I'm talking before Nasrallah joined the 72 virgins. Now, the thing is that Israel must end this campaign with a decisive annihilation of any capacity, military and otherwise, of the Hamas. Because if it will not happen, this will echo around the world as the biggest jihadist victory ever. It will echo in communities in Dearborn, it will echo in London, it will echo in Saint-Denis, and it will echo everywhere. Because the jihadist theme that was initiated by the Muslim Brotherhood, by Al-Banna, was we don't want a state, we don't want an independent entity. We want to inflict the Sharia all over the world. And if the Hamas stays on its feet after this decisive military campaign, which I called the world's first digital war, we send a very, very negative message to anyone in the West, and it will be the first accord of the requiem of the Western civilization. So it's important that we not any way give to some sort of concession that maintain the power of Hamas intact.
Dad, thank you. Khalid, going forward, if you were advising the Prime Minister right now about what to do in Gaza, because it's clear that there's so many open questions, what would you advise him to do right now?
Well, Israel should have done the following a long time ago and not wait until now. There's only one way to get rid of Hamas or to remove Hamas from power. It's by creating an alternative authority or power in Gaza. And there's only one country that can do it right now, and it's Israel. The only way to remove Hamas from power is by military force, and Israel is the only country that can do it. Israel should have done to Hamas what Hamas did to the Palestinian Authority in 2007. In 2007, I was in Gaza. What did Hamas do? They woke up in the morning, and back then there were less than 12,000 members. They dragged a number of Palestinian Authority people to the streets. They lynched them. They threw some of them from the rooftops, and they immediately announced, "We are the new government in Gaza." They staged a coup. What happened? Immediately after that announcement, even the Palestinian Authority that had 45 or 50,000 security officers surrendered. Because the assumption was, there's a new sheriff in town. Had Israel gone into Gaza shortly after October 7, created a temporary military government, that would have, first of all, sent a message to the Palestinians that the previous government is finished, Hamas is finished. And number two, when a Palestinian in Gaza sees that you are there and you're not leaving in 2 and 3 days, this Palestinian will feel confident enough to walk up to you and say, Hamas is there, the hostages are there. And that has not happened. This is the only way.
It can happen, though. It can, Yifa? It can happen now. And Israel, to clarify, because you're an international lawyer, Israel does not, what? Guilty. Does not have the requirement to supply humanitarian aid to Gaza according to international law, correct? After having been invaded by
Yes, 100%.
Gaza.
I mean, there is no precedent in the history of warfare in the entire world that says that you must feed your enemies. I mean, the international law is talking about you cannot starve the civilian population. That's completely different from, there is no obligation, obviously, to supply your enemies with food and medicine. That's very clear. Of course, there is a different interpretation when it comes to Israel, in any issue, right? They will go through, they will create dangerous precedents in the world just to delegitimize Israel. We see how they talk about, people from, you must know this and you must know this. People come from militaries all over the world to come to Israel and they say, oh my God, I mean, these precedents that the international community is trying to apply will get all of us in trouble. We won't be able to wage warfare ever again anymore. Because, and I tell them, don't worry, there's one bar for Israel and another one for all the rest of you, so it doesn't matter what kind of.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Oded, we have 1 minute and 18 seconds left, and I am going to be electrocuted if we don't stop on time. Give us a parting thought, intelligence strategy, parting-wise, on Gaza, because it still remains a question mark, and we want to put an exclamation mark on it.
I see only two options that are feasible right now. I don't see the relocation as feasible right now, although it's a very strong and powerful statement that had to be made. The only option right now is to occupy all of Gaza militarily and starting to cut the grassroots in order to allow some sort of a governing system and the Palestinians themselves to overcome the Hamas. I don't see right now any other alternatives, and definitely not to accept the Hamas terms of surrender.
Quick comment, Yifa?
Yeah, I just want to say that, we keep thinking about, can we empty Gaza, 2 million people, 1.8 million people? We shouldn't think like that. I mean, open the gates, and let's see how many people get out. I mean, I don't know, maybe we'll get rid of half the problem. Maybe we'll get rid of everybody, maybe just a little bit, but who knows? I mean, we keep thinking about why opening the gates. We don't know if everyone's going to get out. Let's try. Let's start.
Well, it's not so far-fetched, but I think the key issue, the key policy prescription here, and with this we end, do it and do it quietly, because it's very clear that none of the Arab ambassadors in Tel Aviv have left their positions since October 7th, and what happened and what is not said and not done in the Arab world is as much a signal as what is said and done in the Arab world.
By the way, it is mandatory. International law requires you to allow people to escape, war zones. So it is actually completely legal to just let people leave if they want to leave. That's it.
And here we have that possibility. Thank you all so very much. We're 41 seconds over. Thank you. Thank you all. Thanks, Holly.
Thank you to that excellent panel. We all know that Judea and Samaria is one of the most heavily contested pieces of land, areas of land in the world. But more than just being land, it is the ancient heartland of our Jewish state. Head of the Binyamin Regional Council and chair of the Yesha Council, Israel Gantz, has been a driving force in advocating for the development and security of Judea and Samaria. Please join me in welcoming Israel Gantz.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, JNS, Alex, and everyone here. I want to share with you a personal story. 4 months ago, I received a phone call. Another soldier, this time he was from Talmon, one of my residents, had fallen in the battles in Gaza. Since the beginning of the war, I had to inform 55 families, 55 homes from Binyamin about their fallen soldiers. The communities in Judea and Samaria bear a disproportional heavy price in casualties compared to their share in national population. As with every home, they were the most heartbreaking minutes of my life. Yet there, something particularly striking caught my attention. The official informed the family that the body not yet been identified and it would take time, even though the outcome was very, very clear. I will never forget. The father turned to the rabbi and asked him, "Rabbi, I know what happened. I know exactly what happened. But I didn't get the official message. Am I allowed to pray?" And the rabbi said, "Yeah, you still not mourner. You can pray." And they looked for a minyan, and they decided to serve a prayer, and we prayed Mariv. And I look at them, father and son, praying together, even though they understood the world had just collapsed. And yet, they choose to offer a prayer. At that moment, I thought, this is precisely the way of the Jewish people. Even at the highest of darkness, even during the dark exile of 2,000 years, our forefather, grandfather, grandmother, in the hardest minutes, in the hardest time, they choose the light. They choose the way of hope. And God, making justice for the Jewish people, we have returned to our land, built our state, returned to Jerusalem, and returned to the region of Judea and Samaria. And now, my friend, we must continue along this path. for the sake of historical justice, for the sake of Israel's eternal existence and security. Everyone asks, what is the right way to do it? And I want to say, and here we have Minister Shikli that I so appreciate. Thank you for everything you do. I want to tell you, Minister, and all the government of Israel, backed by the American superpower, we must apply sovereignty over Judea and Samaria. President Trump's initiative to encourage volunteer immigration must also be expanded to Judea and Samaria. And we have to make it very, very clear. Between the Jordan and the river, between the Jordan River to the sea, it will be only one state, the state of Israel. The alternative, it's not Palestinian state. Rather, is an encouragement on voluntary immigration. If the welfare of the Palestinian Arabs is truly so important to the Western world, this is a solution they should promote. A call to the government of Israel and to the President Trump administration to officially declare that two-state solution is a thing of the past. We have to apply Israeli sovereignty. The time is now. I want to invite Liana here.
I'm Eliana. I'm the International Desk Director of the Benjamin Regional Council. I was born in San Francisco, and I'm proud to be an Israeli living in Judea and Samaria in this day and age. We have a window of opportunity. We're living through historic times. Following Governor Israel Gantz's remarks, what are the main principles of sovereignty that we're currently promoting with the government? We're working around the clock and around the world, and we will not stop. We're standing at the threshold of a historic moment. And I'd like to read the Declaration of Sovereignty. The realization of historical justice will bring stability and peace to the Middle East. Therefore, we call for the State of Israel to apply Israeli sovereignty over the entirety of Judea and Samaria. This region is the land of the Bible and has belonged to the Jewish people since time immemorial. This act will resonate throughout the world and ensure that the Jewish people live forever in their historic homeland. And we invite all of you to join us, to come to Judea and Samaria, to speak for Judea and Samaria, because it's our gift from God, it's our biblical heartland, it's the heart of Israel. Thank you, JNS, for this remarkable summit, and for all the people that have come from all over the world. We feel your love, we feel your care, and we're so grateful. Thank you.
I first met Amichai Chikli at the Israeli Knesset at a time when he was going through a decision-making process. He disagreed with matters. I found to be a man of principle, and he made principled decisions. One day he came to Washington, D.C. I had the opportunity to see him again. I sat in the meeting with leaders of the American Jewish community from left, right, and center. Minister Chikli demonstrated himself to be a man of principle. Today he serves as Israel's Minister of Diaspora Affairs and fighting anti-Semitism. I've had the opportunity to meet with him, and again today. And I've reaffirmed my original assessment. Minister Chikli is a man of principle, And his principal battle is to stand up every day, worldwide, for the global Jewish community, for Jewish communities everywhere, for the Jewish people everywhere, and for the State of Israel. Please welcome Minister Chikli.
Minister, thank you. Jonathan was supposed to do this. I don't know where Jonathan is. He was here a moment ago, so we're going to impromptu. Oh, we found Jonathan. Ladies and gentlemen, Editor-in-Chief of Jewish News Syndicate, Jonathan Tobin. You can stay. Jonathan, your cards are here. I got your cards.
Hello, and welcome to the second afternoon of our conference, where we're very pleased to have with us Minister Amichai Chikli. He is the Minister for Diaspora Affairs and Combating Anti-Semitism in the government of Israel since December 2022. Before entering politics, he was a combat officer in the IDF, an educator, and a social entrepreneur. Born in Jerusalem in 1981, he served in the IDF as an officer in the Golani Brigade and the Igaz unit. He holds a bachelor degree in Security and Middle East Studies from the University of Haifa and a master's degree in Security and Diplomacy Studies from Tel Aviv University. In 2010, he founded the Tavor Pre-Military Preparatory School in Nof HaGalil, many of whose graduates have enlisted into elite units in the IDF and were integrated into command roles. In 2013, he established the Keshet program, intended for high school students with the aim of deepening the acquaintance and knowledge of the land of Israel of Israeli youth. Well, Minister, thanks so much for coming to our conference. I want to start by asking you about this brief of anti-Semitism. Okay. Most Jews have predetermined ideas about the source of anti-Semitism that date back to the past, but we're now living in a very different environment since October 7th, 2023. What do you think are the main engines of anti-Semitism since October 7th?
Okay, so first, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you, Richard, for the warm words. It is a great opportunity and honor. Anti-Semitism today is first and foremost an attack on Jewish identity, and to be more specific, on the Jewish collective identity, which is the Zionist identity. We have a problem in the Jewish world. It did not begin today, that some of us try to separate Zionism from Judaism or Judaism from Zionism. That's make us much more weaker. Usually, the attempt to take away Judaism from Zionism comes from ultra-Orthodox parts. And the attempt to take Zionism out of Judaism came from the early stage of the Reform movement, and we still have it today to some extent, mainly with the left. So the attack is aimed upon Jewish collective identity against Zionism. And we must admit that the attack came at a very sensitive moment. Why? When you have the SWOT analysis, you have strengths, weakness, and then you have also threats and opportunities. So what happened is that you had the attack, okay, and it attacked you when you were weak. It's an attack on identity when our Zionist identity was weak. It was weak in the diaspora, and it was not strong enough in Israel. That's what's made the October 7 attack an attack not just on the state of Israel, but on the Jewish community worldwide, on the Zionist ideology, and it was a very dangerous moment.
Yes.
Happily, and that's the last comment, we have respond a firm response from the Jewish community. There is this term, the October 8 Jews. Jews understood, or they fight, or it will be very, very difficult to keep their Jewish identity and the Jewish communities outside of Israel. So luckily, most of the Jewish community decided to fight. And we see it all over the place. 15 years ago, you mentioned Tavor. When I was in Tavor, I came to the US. You mentioned Zionism. People said, no, it is a complicated term. Find something else. We're not comfortable with Zionism. Today, I keep hearing people saying, I'm a proud Zionist. We are Zionists. We are proud to be Zionists. And this is a new music. And this is, I think, also the key to combat anti-Semitism.
Now, one of the things that we're dealing with that is so hard for many in the diaspora to understand, and I think many in Israel as well, is this bizarre red-green alliance of the radical left and political Islam and its Muslim Brotherhood ideological sources. How are they working to spread Jew hatred, and why is this so hard for us to work around?
Okay, so first, when we speak about the Muslim Brotherhood, we need to understand the ideology. Today, unfortunately, some leaders, they don't fully understand what is the ideology of the Muslim Brotherhood. We need to go back to Hassan al-Banna, to Sayyid Qutb, the leaders of this movement. This is first a radical Islamist movement that seeks to have a worldwide domination of Islam. They have a vision for a 100-year for America to become Muslim. They speak loudly about it. You can hear the voices in conferences in Michigan now, but it will spread to other places. You have it in Britain, and here in Israel, we have the local branch named Hamas in Gaza, in Judea and Samaria, and in the region, the most powerful stronghold of the Muslim Brotherhood is Qatar, with his PR engine of anti-Semitism named Al Jazeera, promoting jihadist organizations everywhere in the Middle East. And I think that we made a terrible mistake, by the way, to negotiate with Qatar, to bring Qatar to be the mediator. And also I think it's a mistake to continue and doing business with Qatar. Qatar is an enemy, and it is a core part of the Muslim Brotherhood ideology. And we need to take a look at what's happening now in Syria, which is with the new administration, Ahmad Ashara. Also, it is exactly the same ideology of Hamas. So the Muslim Brotherhood ideology, that's, as I've mentioned, these are the main players. And when it comes to Judaism, it is a combination of Nazi ideology, racist Nazi ideology regarding the Jews, with, on top of it, the radical Islamist fanatic ideology. And when you combine them together, you have the horrors of October 7. And you know, we have the brilliant thinker, Douglas Murray, who mentioned right at the beginning of his new book, an excellent book, unlike the Nazis, who tried to hide their atrocities and to make sure no one knows about it, you have Hamas posting the massacre live, so proud, filled with joy, calling their parents. This is a new form of ideology. This is not just the fanatic, racist Nazi ideology. It is a combination of religious fanaticism with the racist Nazi ideology. We call it in Hebrew Islamo-Nazism. Mufti Haj Amin was the first. Right. We don't speak about it. It's not politically correct to speak about the Palestinian Ben Gurion, who was a Nazi, Islamo-Nazi. And this is the core of Hamas ideology, of Qatar's ideology, Al Jazeera's ideology, Ahmad Ashara, Recep Tayyip Erdogan in Turkey. These is our enemies, and outside of the Middle East, they have this nice names AMP, SJP, CARE, Muslim organizations with a nice name that seems like a human rights organization, but they are the organization who at the moment of truth, like CARE, celebrated the massacre. They couldn't hold themselves from celebrating the massacre and show their true face. And it is a big threat for Western civilization, for America, and obviously here, for us here in Israel.
That's entirely correct. The perplexing thing for American Jews is that the left, the progressive left, has allied itself with these ideas. And that's what we're seeing on American college campuses. How are you regarding this? Because this is a different challenge than just the Qatari money, as dangerous as that is. It is something that is also organic to the American left.
Look, I think that when you take a look at the woke left, they have allergy for truth, for facts. They cannot handle the truth. They cannot handle the facts because it just shake their worldview. Now, when it comes to these Muslim organizations admitting that they are evil organization that needs to be fought, this is very inconvenient truth. It means that we need, as a civilization, to fight again. It means we might lose life. We might be again in a war. Now, Western civilization thought that we've finished with wars. We thought in Israel that we have finished with the big wars. And this is a lie. We haven't finished because this ideology still exists. And I think that the main thing that needs to be done, the main thing that we need to understand is to identify the true ideology. And it's, you know what, it's not just the left. Let's be very honest. We have people not just in the left that does not, they don't, I'm not speaking about working together with them. I'm speaking about the lack of understanding of the threat that is coming from people like the dictator of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Not understanding the danger that is coming from Al Jazeera, that is poisoning the minds of millions of Muslims every day. And for the leftists, they work together. It's a political, they gain from it politically. Take a look at what's happening in Britain, okay? Keir Starmer, he could not mention Hamas as responsible in his letter when he was writing about the hostages. Think about Trudeau in Canada. And even Biden himself, when he referred to the college campuses riots, he says, yeah, I condemn the riots, but also I condemn those who do not understand what's happening with the Palestinians. So they are dependent on them in terms of politics. It's an electorate. And this is what makes the crisis in Europe, and some states in Europe are lost. I have no idea what's going to be with Britain in the future, what's going to be with Belgium. These states are lost, and this is a red sign for the US. When they're saying that they have a vision, 100 years, to have a Muslim America, they mean it. They mean every single word. And I think it is very, very worthwhile for the Americans to understand that this is not a game. And they can be the next Britain. And it's not a good idea.
I think we'd be remiss in discussing anti-Semitism if we didn't talk, as much as we need to talk about the woke left, there is also what, for lack of a better term, we talk about the woke right.
Absolutely.
The most outstanding example of which is former Fox News host and Trump family friend Tucker Carlson, as well as less connected figures like Candace Owens, who also have a wide following. How concerned are you about them?
Extremely concerned. Because first, I'm certain that there is a connection between what we've spoke a minute ago, Qatar, etc., and what is happening with these influencers. All of a sudden, on a shiny morning, this poker guy, Dan Balzerian, became an expert for Talmud and Islam. And from that moment on, 24 hours a day, he speaks against the Jews with vile anti-Semite, pro-Islamist propaganda. This is not a coincidence, okay? Same goes with Candace Owens, same goes with other players. Now, what is the problem? Balzerian is a joke. Candace Owens is a joke. Daryl Cooper is a joke. But at the moment that people like Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson hosting these people and bringing them a stage of tens of millions of people, that is becoming extremely dangerous. And I would just want to focus on Daryl Cooper. Daryl Cooper is a neo-Nazi, Holocaust denier. The fact that he's giving a stage with Joe Rogan, with Carlson, it is a big, big problem, and we need to address it. And by the way, we are promoting now delegations to learn more about the Holocaust for educators from all across the world, not Jews, okay? And this is part of the solution, but it's not enough.
What is your ministry trying to do to help, and what can you do? What is Israel doing to combat anti-Semitism? We have only a minute.
We are over the time. Okay, so we can finish. Toda rabba.
All right.
I spoke a lot.
On one foot, just tell us a little bit about what the ministry is doing.
Main mission is to understand that we need every single relevant player on the field to be with us. There was this philosophy that we are banning right-wing parties all across Europe, and we're not working with them, okay? Also, there was, regarding to Trump, people here in Israel, they tried to boycott President Trump 10 years ago, many Knesset members. So we need to work with all the forces who understand the danger that is coming from radical Islam. Therefore, we had a conference a month ago. We hosted Jordan Bardella, that is a very, very serious leader in France. Unlike Macron, who said nothing regarding the ICC decision on Netanyahu and Gallant, they cannot fly to Paris now. He condemned it. Unlike Macron, the leader of the party, Marine Le Pen, she came to work with the Jewish community after October 7 against anti-Semitism. So when we have leaders who confront anti-Semitism, who confront the ICC, who understand the importance of the State of Israel as a key player in the fight against radical Islam, we need to work together with these leaders outside of Israel. It can be Vox party, it can be RN in France, and it can be other European and not just European parties. And we don't have the luxury to ban these kind of parties, and I think it was a terrible mistake, and I'm very happy that now the Ministry of Foreign Affairs adopted this strategy and removed the ban on some of the right-wing parties in Europe. Not all of them, every party is a different story, but this is something which is very, very important. Second, empower Jewish education. The attack on identity. In order to defend ourselves, we need a strong Jewish and Zionist identity. Proud Zionist young Jews. That is the main mission of the Jewish people, period. Toda. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Chikli. Thank you. And now, since we're blast the music, we're going to move right into the next program, since I'm the moderating that as well. I want to introduce Lori Lowenthal Marcus. Lori Lowenthal Marcus is a lawyer and a journalist. Right? People can come in and out as they can. She serves on the board of Ariel University. She's currently a partner in a litigation firm. She is the legal director and a litigator with the Deborah Project, a nonprofit law firm that represents those who have been discriminated against in educational settings. She is truly one of the heroines of the battle against anti-Semitism in America today. Lori Lowenthal Marcus. Lori, okay, a little music. Thank you. A lot of people are aware of the situation on college campuses. That gets most of the attention when we talk about anti-Semitism, where a surge of anti-Semitism has made itself felt. But the problem is much more widespread than that. We're often told that critical race theory and other woke leftist doctrines don't impact American education outside of a small niche of institutions. How has all of this hate against Jews, driven by woke ideologies, made itself felt in K-12 schools? How much of a factor is it?
It's a huge factor, and in fact, what I often tell people is the unrest, the anti-Semitism, the riots and protests on college campuses has very good visuals. So people see what's happening there. But what doesn't have good visuals, but is at least as important, is the indoctrination of K through 12. That's pre-K. Before you're 5 years old, in some schools already, you are learning with coloring books that have the ABCs that include P is for Palestine and J is for jihad. And this is what young children, very young children, are learning from the person in the front of the room. And when you're at that age, the person in the front of the room is the authority. And you imbibe that information, and you grow up knowing that the Jews and the Jewish state are evil.
What are the range of the sorts of dilemmas that Jewish kids and Jewish parents are facing today? And can you give us some of the really egregious examples that I know that you work with every day in trying to help Jewish families? What are they facing? And again, this is not at Columbia and Harvard. This is in schools, in elementary schools, high schools. What are these kids facing?
Well, let's first talk about what they don't have. What they don't have, perhaps increasingly are beginning to have, is a good support system. As the minister was talking before and others have said previously in this conference, American Jews, for the most part, really lack information about Jewish history and the Jewish state. So they don't have the support system that they should have. And when the kids go to school and learn about a country called Palestine that's bordered by Egypt and Jordan and Syria and Lebanon, and that's what they're told, and this is an experience I had with one of our clients, they are told in the quiz, that's how you have to fill it in. If you get it wrong by the teacher's standards, then you get marked down, you can fail. So it's forced speech about the erasure of the Jewish state. That's one example, the worst example I have experienced thus far, and I'm a very tough person. This moved me to tears, and it was a student, an Israeli-American student, who started middle school, 6th grade, in 2023. And kids started picking on him right away. I don't know why. Maybe because of his accent. But after October 7th, things were ratcheted up, and he was picked on and bullied, and it became physical aggressions against this 12-year-old boy. Then students started standing up in the auditorium at lunchtime. Everyone hates the Jews, and the Jews are baby killers. And nothing really happened. There were lots of meetings. Meetings are meaningless if there's no action, if there's no enforcement. And don't tell me, you administrators, that you have done so much for the Jewish families. You meet with them, at least 4 times in the last month. No, you have to have action. Finally.
And this is taking place in a prosperous suburb.
This is in a prosperous suburb of Philadelphia. And finally, this 12-year-old boy was surrounded and told to get on his knees and apologize for being a Jew. Yeah. This is 2024, it was last spring, in America, and the school district did nothing. They had meetings. which is nothing. And the Federation was called in, the Jewish Federation of Greater Philadelphia, called in to help the family during the year. Finally, the person at the Federation called me, and she said, I can't help this family. They need someone like you, Lori. So I came in, and the Deborah Project, we sent a very strong letter which made it clear we were going to share this information with the media, all the things that they had not done, the school district. And what we did, we ended up with a very good result for this family, which was in deep crisis. This entire Israeli family was traumatized. Our ultimate result was that this public school district, in other words, taxpayer money, is being used to pay for this boy's 7th through 12th grade high school years, and that of his 2 older sisters at a Jewish day school. Okay? So that's costing them money. But they wouldn't change their policies. And I said, you have to change your policies. You failed. You didn't do the right thing. No, we should be satisfied with the money. I said, fine, don't change the policies, but I'm going to be back here next year with the next Jewish family. You have failed. And that's what is happening in the United States. The Jewish state deserves to have its rights recognized on the global stage, and the Jewish people, the individuals in the diaspora, need to have their civil rights recognized.
What's the remedy for this? Beyond just individual cases and you're going in and pushing school districts, has the organized Jewish world responded adequately to this challenge? And more to the point, for years, American Jewish organizations have just been complaining to the Department of Education, asking it to enforce Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, but no action. What do you think needs to be done, both by the organized Jewish world and by the federal government?
Well, one thing that we know for sure is having the meetings is not sufficient. Most of the organized established Jewish world loves to have meetings with leadership of corporations and school districts and things like that. That doesn't work. Going to the Department of Education feels like a huge step to take. The truth is, there is almost no enforcement mechanism. What happens is a government agency, the Department of Education, takes over the case, and that agency, which is the government, acts as the fact finder and the judge, and they get to offer a settlement and come to a settlement without even the approval of the plaintiffs. And what they're trying to do is make both sides a little bit unhappy, which means both sides get something. But that's, this is such an exaggeration. It's funny, but I always say, okay, let's treat Hitler and Barbie the same way.
Yeah. So what needs to be done? What is it? Do we have to go to the courts?
We have to go to court. We have to go to court. The Deborah Project only goes to court. We have to have judicial orders with enforcement mechanisms, but we will lose some of those cases, and we have to keep going. The NAACP lost for years before they were able to construct a legal system that recognizes the civil rights of minorities, and Jews have to do the same thing.
And do we need the federal government to punish those schools as the Department of Education never did, on one foot?
Oh, yes, we do.
Okay. Well, thank you, Lori. And thank you to all for coming.
Under the leadership of former Mayor Nir Barkat, Jerusalem is transformed from a developing city into a spiritual, cultural, and economic powerhouse. An innovator and entrepreneur, Minister Nir Barkat now serves as Israel's Minister of Economy and Industry. I welcome to the stage Minister Nir Barkat. I can choose the microphone. We were just having a really fascinating conversation upstairs about economy. And one of the topics that we were talking about is that today, you know, wars are not only fought on the battlefield. The economic component of war is significant. And we also are seeing even that the agreements like the Abraham Accords, even though they have a strong defense component, they're really economic accords at their basis. And I wanted to just talk with you and discuss, you know, how do you see economics playing in both with regard to our enemies and also with regard to our potential allies in the region?
Well, thank you, Alex, for hosting me. I want to congratulate JNS, and your success is our success. Fabulous conference, and again, I'm happy to be here. You know, I'm responsible for trade, for export, import, and I have a lot of discussions with my peers around the world. Economic Minister of India, Piyush Goyal, and many, many others. And they all understand that after the atrocities of October 7, the world has changed. There's the evil axis in the Middle East, led by Iran, Qatar, and the proxies around them. And then you have the Abraham Accords that are waiting to burst and to expand to include Saudi Arabia. Prime Minister Netanyahu is headed to Azerbaijan next week. I believe they're ready. I met with their Minister of Economy. Indonesia and other countries that want to join the Abraham Accord. They understand that Israel is and will complete winning the war. And when you are strong in the Middle East, it translates to economy. They all understand, the world understands, Israel is a place to do good business. Let me share with you that 3 weeks ago we had the Secretary General of the OECD, 38 countries, 37 countries. They were amazed by the performance of the Israeli economy. In war, a little dip, the numbers are there. Everyone is starting to see the spike after the war. Naturally, every war you have a certain dip, the reservists go to war, and it takes some time for the country to get organized. But we're now exiting, and you see real good signs of economic growth and high interest in the global marketplace. So, Minister of, especially going eastbound, India has woke up to understand that they have an opportunity to work with Israel. Now that the US-China relationship is not at its best, they see a huge opportunity to scale their industry, and they see Israel as a catalyst to that growth. I led a 100 CEO mission to India in February. Minister Piyush Goyal will lead a similar mission to Israel very soon. I was last week in the Emirates. They're extremely interested. They are themselves a hub to go east. And there are 600 Israeli companies in less than 5 years with the Abraham Accord, present, happy in the Emirates. That's a great hub for Israeli companies to scale. And you see more and more countries are interested to do business with Israel. I'm extremely optimistic when you look at into the future that we will be able to scale. Last point. Today, Israel does $150 billion export. And the goal I set is to reach $1 trillion within 15 to 20 years. That will be an average 10% growth year after year. We've done that in the past, especially, of course, in technology. And when we get there, Israel is a superpower. Superpower. And there's no glass ceiling because we're 1 to 1,000 to the rest of the world. And the interest we have, the better we play our cards, the opportunity is waiting for us to take.
Israel doesn't have a lot of manufacturing ability in the country. So when you're talking about exports, describe what these exports look like and how do you scale up from 150 million to $1 trillion?
We've done work with Professor Michael Porter's team from Harvard Business School, outlining Israel's competitive advantages in the global marketplace. Classic high-tech, business to business, business to consumer. Health tech, the 10,000 companies we have. Huge in absolute even in absolute numbers. In health life sciences, we have 2,000 Israeli startups. That's an absolute number, second to the US alone. Agrotech, food tech, aquatech, desert tech, climate change, advanced manufacturing, and of course, security. These are areas that the world is saying, hey, we want more of that. They want what we have. We're a source. And we're looking for destinations around the world to make that happen. A lot of it is services. The export we do to the United States, 2/3 is services. It's software. And I believe that you will see that Israel knows how to provide services all over the world, but also create, for example, with India, it's Make in India. It's Israeli subsidiaries that are spread around the world, and they manufacture, leverage the capabilities of manufacturing of other countries, and collaborate together. I believe this model will enable us to scale very swiftly, and it's happening. It's ours to lose.
Tying in relations with India and also with domestic economics, we've seen since the beginning of the war severe limitation on the amount of Palestinian employees that have been taken into Israel, specifically in construction. And we've seen many of those jobs are being replaced by imported workers from India, as well as from China. Can you tell me a little bit about the policy of trying to limit the number of Palestinian workers and what you're seeing the benefits of bringing these foreign workers in?
Sure. Let me return a second, because let me build the case. For us to get to $1 trillion export, we need more Israelis' labor to be upgraded to technology work. Today, 10% of the Israeli labor force is in tech, in all the areas I described a minute ago. We need to get to 25%. We need to dramatically upgrade the capabilities of the Israelis and complement that with a few 100,000 employees from abroad, low skill, mainly low skills, that Israelis don't go to. Actually, if an Israeli could become a tech employee, we would all prefer that to happen rather than him wash dishes. But eventually, we'll probably need some low-end employees, and we prefer to bring them from peaceful countries. After October 7, we all understand that pay for slay, there's no entry for Palestinians from the Palestinian Authority to come and work in Israel. They get paid $1 million to sit in jail for killing an Israeli. No entry. We won't take them not from the Palestinian Authority, not from Iran, only from friendly countries.
One of the issues that now has Israelis worried is the tariffs that have been announced by President Trump. In fact, maybe so much worried that Prime Minister Netanyahu raced to be the first Prime Minister to go to the White House to discuss the tariffs with the President. Can you tell me a little bit about how Israel's trying to address what the impact of these tariffs could be, and how do you get over that?
Sure. It's not something against Israel. President Trump decided to create to align the economy with geopolitics. We're fortunate to be very friendly. Our team in Israel is very open, and we feel very comfortable discussing the challenges we have with the American team. We'll figure it out. And I believe that you will see Israel as an example, as a positive example of how to collaborate with the United States. There are some challenges that we've addressed and we put on the table, we're under discussion. There's no doubt in my mind it'll work out. Other countries that are not aligning interests with the United States, I believe they will be challenged by higher tariffs. And so President Trump is aligning his geopolitics with the economy and vice versa. There's no doubt. I said to our American friends, let's upgrade the free trade agreement that we signed from 1985. There was no technology then. Things have changed. There's no internet the way it is right now. And if I look into the future, I propose to the American administration to look at Israel on the economic side as if though we're the 51st state. If we can get to such a level of openness and collaboration, that would be the next upgrade that we can have with the relationship vis-a-vis economy. And the economies are so independent, how do you say?
Integrated.
Integrated together that I believe that something like this will just make it even better.
Looking forward, Israel right now is a top 25 country in terms of GDP. Where do you see Israel in 5 years from now?
On the way to $1 trillion export, we'd be top 5, no doubt in my mind. And we're now putting the infrastructure to make that happen.
Nir Barkat, Minister of Economy, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. Good luck to everyone. Thank you very much.
One of the major revelations for JNS since October 7th has been the tremendous boom and increase of demand for videos on YouTube. And we've just built a new studio in Jerusalem to facilitate the constant production of news and analysis to give people really in-depth understanding of what's going on. And at a certain point, Fleur Hassan Nahum came to me and said, Alex, we need a women's show. So I said, absolutely. So demonstrating the power and thoughtfulness of women's dialogue, JNS TV's The Quad is what one of the JNS board members stated. You know, it's just like America's show The View, except with smart people. Tackling the tough issues and identifying the heroes and the scumbags of the week, I now present to you a brief live episode of The Quad starring Fleur Hassan Nahum, Shoshana Keats-Jaskell, and Emily Schrader.
Okay, we're going to energize the audience now because it's the graveyard shift. You've had lunch, everybody's exhausted, you've got the whole evening to go, but we're here to liven everything up. And so, first of all, I want to thank JNS. I want to thank JNS because when I came to them with that crazy idea, they said yes immediately, they trusted me, and they co-produced this incredible show with myself and with my wonderful co-host. For whoever doesn't know who these wonderful ladies are right here, Emily Schrader is a journalist and a human rights activist, particularly active with trying to bring down single-handedly the Iranian regime, everyone. She's doing a great job. Shoshana Keats-Jaskell is what some people, yes, would call an orthodox feminist. Yes, it's not a contradiction, people. And she fights the repression of women, and she tries to elevate Orthodox women's voices in the community. And then the blessing of this show is that we get to invite the most exciting and fun co-hosts as we wish. And somehow in the world of Instagram, we found this incredible soul over here, Daniel Ryan Spalding, one of the funniest activists around. And so this is The Quad, and we're very happy that we managed to touch a lot of people around the world, all ages. Yes, a lot of women, but also a lot of men. So as we only have a few minutes and it's a long day, we thought that what we would do is share with you the most horrible, mean comments we've ever received from this show. But then, of course, because we are positive souls after all, we will complete it with a positive comment we have gotten how we've touched people with this show. Are we ready, team?
So ready.
Okay, I want to start with Shoshana. Shoshana, the mean comment that you have received personally from one of the episodes of The Quad.
It's so hard to choose. Let's see. Okay. I cannot stand this Keats-Jaskell. Not only does she hate and disdain men, but she's so stupid. Get rid of her and your show doubles its quality. Thank you, Martin Stern, for always commenting on my channel.
Didn't you meet his wife somewhere?
I think his wife messaged me, but I don't think we should say that online.
Okay. All right. So that's one of the mean comments we get, because let me tell you something. When you are an activist, when you are a pro-Israel activist, you get anti-Semitism, but always mixed in with a dose of misogyny. Emily, what is your negative comment that you've chosen to share with us that you got after one of our episodes?
I mean, it's hard because there's a lot of real gems, but I tried to pick a good one out for you guys today. We have Emily the Witch Schrader comes out again. Please keep your tweets for Satan Yahoo and his clan in a private chat. Nobody buys your bull except Israeli bots and sold-out demons. And this was, of course, sent by the brave, courageous, anonymous one on X.
Emily, I was hoping you would share the one that calls you Genocide Barbie.
That's the next one. Yeah, I got a genocide Barbie.
Another gem. Okay, Daniel Ryan Spalding.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us in Israel.
I'm so happy to be
Thank
here.
you for being a part of our show. Honestly, we wish you could stay forever. Maybe you will.
Maybe.
You also get a lot of...
Make gay aliyah.
Yes, gay aliyah. Very good. Exactly. We like to promote a diversity of pro-Israel voices on the quad. Daniel, what's the meanest comment that you've gotten from the show?
Mine's more an irrational rant.
Okay.
Because people like to parse my words and twist my words because I make fun of queers for Palestine a lot.
Yes, you do.
Especially all the lesbian jihadists like Cynthia Nixon. And then also I was saying that regardless of if you're anti-Semitic, like you have to live in reality and understand that Israel is our ally. So people this lady sort of twisted my words, and this was her little rant. This is really disappointing to see how Daniel Ryan became. I subscribe to his YouTube channel because he is gay and he defends Israel. But now he starts to adopt an anti-Semitic stance. Like, that's perfectly fine to be anti-Semitic, but you need to recognize that Israel is a Western ally. If he starts to take the male chauvinist, misogynist path, I will reconsider my subscription to his channel, because when he defends is becoming more and more the things I always fought against. I always will. He changed his struggles, and his new ones don't go with progress, don't go with why I initially supported him. He attacks lesbians. He stands for patriarchy. What will be next?
Yes, you see how much fun we have on the show, everyone? Okay. Now let me pick one of the ones that was reserved for me. Okay. Fleur Hassan is such an evil piece of but she's a perfect example of how rotten Israelis are. Represent, people. We're very happy to represent. I mean, there's another one calling me a heartless, evil bastard of a woman, but I'm going to spare you. Okay, so this is the type of comments we have for standing up for Israel, for standing up for our people in the most intelligent way possible. And so we're going to finish our little segment here, our little showcase with positive vibes. Emily, what is the loveliest comment you've ever received from the Quad audience?
Well, I'm not sure it's the loveliest. I've been blessed to receive a lot of positive comments both online and in person, but I will give you one of them that actually compliments another one of our frequent co-hosts, Barbie Heller. Emily Schrader's personality is so uplifting, such energy and fun. The introduction of a co-panelist as a hot single woman, that would be Barb, was brilliant. The co-panelist reaction was wonderful. Well done, Emily. And that was from Howard Dare 2859. And so I want to thank you for all of your positive comments and for watching the Quad. It really means a lot to us to get this positive feedback, despite all the lovely, hateful comments we get on social media being Zionist women.
Absolutely. As I always say, if you're not being called something horrible, you're not doing enough for your people. Okay, what is the nicest comment, Daniel, that you've received?
Well, mine was thoughtful, but it's also kind of a bit of a backhanded compliment.
Okay.
It was, I love the way Daniel speaks. When he's not well informed on something, he is still so good at expressing that while still sounding smart.
Well, you are smart, so that does help.
Yeah, so I'm a good bullshitter. But I do think it's important, if you don't know exactly how to articulate your opinions about something, it's okay to not give an opinion. Like,
I absolutely agree. Shoshana, your nicest comment.
Well, it's funny you just mentioned all the things you get, because my other negative was a disgusting, genocidal, fascist, white supremacist, Zionist propagandist.
Oh, nice.
I don't even think I could say that.
But did you get genocide Barbie?
Genocide Barbie.
Why don't blonde hair? Okay. This is from Carol Abrahams. I stumbled upon your podcast and you captured me within the first few minutes, exuding such a powerful energy. I immediately sent your link to a few more people, some for and some against Israel. It's going to be interesting to hear their thoughts. Now, this was a positive comment to all of us, not just me, but I actually think it's really nice to share with everybody, because if you haven't seen the quad, you really, really should. We have a lot of energy and we laugh and we joke, but we talk about really serious things, and in a way that people can relate to. We're not so like highbrow that people are like, and we're not so lowbrow that people are like, wow, I can't listen to them. I mean, sometimes we curse, but we bleep it out. So really, thank you very much for being here. It's been a long day, and please do tune into the quad.
Thank you very much. And my last comment of the day. Fleur, thank you for keeping us so well informed in the diaspora. I don't miss an episode. All of the fabulous women of the quad, that includes you, Daniel, are amazing. Am Yisrael Chai, everyone. Thank you.
Am Yisrael Chai.
Europe's microphone, please. Europe's shifting political landscape presents both challenges and opportunities for Israel. Moderating this panel is prolific veteran journalist and senior JNS contributor Fiamma Nierenstein, joined by Sam van Rooij, member of the Chamber of Representatives of Belgium, Miklos Xantho, Director General of Hungary's Center for Fundamental Rights, and we welcome back to Jerusalem Colonel Richard Kemp, former British Army commander. Let's welcome them all to the stage for their conversation on Europe.
And to all of you that allows this huge, immense, beautiful conference to take place, and to all of us to discuss our idea. Now we have 18 minutes all in all to understand how Europe is going to change, why is it going to change, and how you will make it change. All of you, look, this is, I think, the first panel where I introduce three great friends of Israel who are not Jewish. It's the only one. Me, myself, I am. All the three of them. Look, they really deserve a big applause. And also, my first question is, how did you get such a big European friends of Israel? Please.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. Congratulations for this beautiful conference. I'm from Hungary, so I can give you the Hungarian perspective.
That's why I asked.
And I have some good news, and I have some bad news for you if it comes to Europe's relationship with Israel. The good news is that Hungary, led by a conservative right-wing government, Prime Minister Orbán is a true friend of Prime Minister Netanyahu. Hungary is the beacon of hope if it comes to God, homeland, and the family in Europe. And Hungary is Hungary's leadership maybe the only one remaining strong ally of Israel in the European Union. So the good news is that you do have a reliable partner, a reliable friend, a reliable ally in Europe, and that is Hungary and Hungarian conservatives, it's for sure. The bad news is that the landscape is changing dramatically in a negative way in Western Europe. The rise of anti-Semitism, the rise of anti-Zionism, what you described as Israelophobia, am I right?
Yes, you are.
Goes hand in hand with mass migration in Western Europe. And it's not only about the anti-Semite and anti-Zionist and anti-Israel protests on the streets and in the public voices in Western Europe, but it's also about that Western leftist and progressive leaders are passively or actively supporting. They are supporting this anti-Semitic, anti-Zionist, anti-Israel rhetoric, and I tell you why. Because they want to gain votes. The left already left its previous blue and white collar workers as the original voters, and now they are trying to find new voters. That's why they are making gestures. That's why they are trying to get the sympathy of the migrants. Yes. Who are already there in France, in Italy, in Germany, in Spain, etc.
Does the fact that, for instance, your leader courageously decided to exit ICC brings him consensus or not? Because you're speaking about consensus now. Also, a gesture like this, being on the side of Israel, can bring consensus to a leader, or it is something that in the West, it is something that will never help a leader to grow. You have just 30 seconds to...
I can assure you that the Hungarian right will stand with Israel, and the sign for this is that Hungary withdrew from ICC, and Hungary stands up for Israel in the European Parliament, at the General Assembly of the United Nations, etc. But to answer your other question, I think, just in a nutshell, one sentence, I think from this perspective, Western Europe is lost. Sorry for that.
Do you share this opinion coming from a parliament where you are actually a minority and being in a courageous fight against this anti-Israeli attitude? What is your feeling? Can you win the battle or Europe is lost?
Well, thank you for having me to start with. I come from a country, Belgium, and I feel actually much more at home nowadays here in Israel than in my own country, you know. And it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that way. I'm fighting in the Belgian parliament, but also outside the parliament as an author of this book about Islamization. I'm fighting an existential fight, just like Israel, against Islamization because, ladies and gentlemen, demography is destiny. That is the truth that we should repeat constantly, because still there are not enough people who understand that, and the situation now is very simple. Muslims come in massive amounts, in big amounts, and the Jews, they get more and more oppressed, they get more and more harassed. In the city where I'm a city councillor, the city of Antwerp, where we have a big Jewish community, 20,000 Jews, every day now we have an anti-Semitic incident going from spitting to verbally attacking to physically attacking, and mostly, not always, but most of the times the perpetrators are Muslims. And it's being said already, that is the amazing difference, of course, the great difference between the East or Central Europe and the Western European countries like Belgium. So Europe is going into two directions. It's going into the good direction with countries like Hungary, which I look up to enormously, and it's going, yes, you can keep applauding Hungary.
No, you are unique, actually.
And it's going into this horrible direction, France, the UK, Belgium, the Netherlands, in which not only the Jewish population gets more and more kicked out, actually, because of progressivism, wokeism, and Islamization. But also the attitude towards Israel, gets worse, of course, because all these politicians, they want to be nice and do good for their Muslim voters. And for being that, they criticize Israel in the most horrible and anti-Semitic way.
Still, the right is growing in Europe. Still, there is a better sensation nowadays. Italy, Austria, Germany, Belgium in the future, maybe Holland, they are all going to the right. So, I mean, is there a hope? This is something that I am asking to you all.
Yeah, of course.
A quick answer, and then I pass to... No, you can answer to this quickly. Is there a hope about that? Is Europe going to change? This is the real question.
Well, there is hope, because parties like mine and also the Freedom Party of Geert Wilders, for example, we are growing, but the question is always, are we growing enough to have the impact that we should have to radically change policy and to follow the footsteps of, for example, Hungary? And on that, I'm quite skeptical. Moreover, because we are facing an enemy that is much bigger than the leftist parties in our own country. It's not just demography, it's also the European Union, it's also the United Nations. That is a big enemy and very difficult to fight.
Okay. Well, Richard, I think many of you know Richard Kemp because it's a long time that he's standing with enormous courage on our side, and on the most difficult side, he's always standing on the side of our army. And for this, I really thank you very much personally, and I think that this comes from all of our heart. Now, Europe is discussing as never about an army. They want an army, they don't know how to do it, day after day there is this discussion. Do you think that this can bring Europe to understand better the problem of a war? Do they feel closer to us when they discuss this, or this cannot be of any help in the relationship with Israel?
Fiamma told me earlier on that she was pleased to have a panel with 3 of us goyim. She didn't use that word. And I just asked whether she was anti-Semitic. She was so keen on having non-Jews.
It's a good suggestion, you know.
But the European countries. When I talk about Europe now, I'm talking about Western Europe. We're not talking about the whole of the European countries. Europe is happy to lecture Israel as if it was a little child, while at the same time it's supporting terrorism. European countries enabled the 7th of October by the empowerment and the appeasement of Hamas that they've been so active in for the last goodness knows how many decades. At the same time, they have been, rather than pressing Israel or pressing Egypt to allow refugees from Gaza to go into their country to safety, they have been objecting to it even since President Trump suggested that option. They've objected to it. It's extraordinary, absolutely beyond. And in fact, the reality is that by suggesting it, it shows they, as Hamas are, want to use Gazan civilians as human shields. That's their purpose, to stop Israel achieving its objectives. The reality, ladies and gentlemen, is that Europe is broken, the EU is broken, NATO is defeated in Ukraine. We've got a situation where in European countries, while in Israel something like 9% of GDP is allocated to defense last year, normally it's around 5%, most European countries struggle to get anywhere near the 2% they're objected to spend on GDP. Even if they had the weapons that they need, do they have the political will? Do they have the cultural capability of actually fighting a war? In Britain, there was a survey done a couple of months ago which suggested that only or less than 11% of young people aged 18 to 27 would fight for their country, an extraordinarily low number. And you just look at the contrast with Israel. We're talking about, and I don't blame these young people in a way, because they don't have the leadership that they need. There is no Churchill in Europe, even though you've got a Churchill here, and we heard from him last night.
So is there room today, is there a place to give to Europe a new hint about considering Israel a model and not...
They should, and let me, can you show me a photograph? Have you got it available? No?
Photograph of what?
Ah, okay. The opposite of the orange-haired, keffiyeh-wearing young people protesting on the streets in Britain is this guy. He symbolizes Israeli youth to me. He was shot 3 times. He was shot in the leg, he was shot in the head, and he was shot again in the leg. And what he wants to do, all he told me he wants to do, was to get back to the fight. So this is the contrast we have. And my policy advice, the fight that Israel is fighting today is not just a fight for Israel, it's a fight for all of us. And it's not just coming to Europe, it's in Europe now. My policy advice to Europe is 3 words: be like Israel.
Exactly. Miklos, I want to know if you will bring your embassy to Jerusalem. Well, you spoke about that. You promised that. I don't know.
I'm just an analyst. I'm not a politician. I'm not an official decision maker.
You think that it will happen?
Look, what we have seen in the first of all, it's obvious that Hungary itself is a safe haven nowadays for Jews in Europe. Hungary stands, as I mentioned, at every and each international organization with Israel. There is the withdrawal of Hungary from ICC, and the staunch support also in communication and PR from the Hungarian right towards Israel. We, the Center for Fundamental Rights, we were the very first European, or I think worldwide, the first organization that organized a pro-Israel conference right after the deadly Hamas attack. The conference was on the 9th of October back in 2023. That was the very first in Budapest in Hungary. So I cannot speak in the name of the decision makers, but symbolic gestures are extremely important, I do agree. But what you should know that I mentioned, if there is one country, if there is one political force on the side of the sovereigns which supports Israel in its fight for God, homeland, for family, for protecting its borders, for upholding its statehood, for protecting its families, that is Hungary. That is for sure.
Bravo. Sam, one of the images that show how unfriendly Europe can be is when your prime minister, he is De Croo, right, was standing in front of Rafah just 2 days after the 7th of October, telling that Israel must not enter in there and just praying for a ceasefire right away. What were your feelings there? And please explain us how this can be overcome.
Yes, my personal feeling was that I want to run away as fast as possible, away from Belgium and come to Israel or to Hungary, for example. But listen, when it comes to the Middle East and Israel, and also Islam and Judaism, the Jewish people, there are in Belgium 2 types of politicians. There are politicians who are stupid and unknown. They don't know anything about the Middle East, Israel, or Judaism. They think they know, but they don't know. And there are the politicians, unfortunately, that are anti-Semites. And it is very difficult to combat these 2 types of politicians because they don't want to see the truth. They don't want to know the truth. They don't want to see that Israel is actually a miracle. It's a miracle. It's a miracle state in almost every aspect that we should look up to and that we indeed, Mr. Kemp, should try to copy. Be like Israel. I couldn't agree more with you. That is what we should be. But honestly, I see that a lot of times when I try to show that, it has the opposite effect even. Because that is, of course, what Jew hatred and what anti-Semitism is. It's a jealousy of success. And when Jewish people have success, whether it's with the Nobel Prizes, whether it's with technology, whether it's with their own country, Israel, well, they get hated, unfortunately. But you can trust on me, and I will keep doing everything inside the parliament and outside the parliament to change that, and I hope it will work.
Bravo, molto bravo. I don't know if we have 1 minute time more. I would ask Richard how he sees the future. I mean, do you see a demonstration that will all of this, instead of going with the flags, with the Palestinian flags and shouting from the river to the sea, shouting Israel is our model, do you see a possibility that Europe one day will understand what you're saying since so many years?
I'm very lacking in optimism for Europe, Western Europe, and I'm talking about now. I'm extremely optimistic about Israel's future. I know that Israel's going to come out of this war much stronger than it went into it. It's going to be a more united country, a country more capable of defending itself, and a country, I hope, supported even more than now by the international diaspora. And if Europe can do something to emulate that, then that would be fantastic. But like I said, I'm not optimistic.
Great. I take this as the best conclusion. And I think that all of us are here to say Israel will win. And this is our message from the new Europe that is going to grow since now onward.
Israel is a nation that stands alone but must navigate between world powers. While we often naturally look to the West, major world powers and potential allies sit to our east, but there are indeed challenges. No one understands these challenges better than Carice Whitty, founder and executive director of Signal Group. Please join me in welcoming Carice Whitty.
Hello, can you hear me? Great. So I'm extremely excited to be here. This is a very unique experience. I want to congratulate JNS on its inaugural conference. And I also want to thank you for your vision of bringing someone onto a plenary to talk about the East. Whoops, wrong one. I'm fascinated to hear what these people had to say about Europe, because what you're going to hear from me is, it's a mix, but when we talk about the Indo-Pacific, it's the diametric opposite of what's happening in Europe. And the importance of Eastern powers has not been a major issue for Israel, which is why I guess no other newspaper has ever had someone talk about the Eastern powers. Perhaps because Israel's security needs have never been found in Asia. But for that reason, you might ask, considering all that Israel is going through, what is she doing standing with a map of the Indo-Pacific talking about Israel and Asia? It's exactly for these tough times that we need to lift our heads above the region, look beyond, and see into the future. And that future is in the Indo-Pacific, because the weight of the global economy is moving eastward. And it offers potential for greater economic security that could lie in the deepening and expanding of ties with the Indo-Pacific. When I say Indo-Pacific, I'm talking about these countries that are in the Pacific and Indian Oceans. It's a geostrategic term that references their experience with a rising China and the challenges and opportunities that they have gone through. And Israel recently experienced some of those challenges after October 7. But actually, even before October 7, China was viewing Israel as suffering internal breakdowns. Beijing understood Israel's conflict over the judicial reform as a sign of a weakening of our social fabric. Then there was the military and intelligence breakdown on October 7, so China bet on Iran. When Iran attacked Israel with missiles, rockets, and drones in April last year, China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson said that was an act of self-defense. This is a prime example of how China was clearly supporting Iran in this war. However, after Israel's military and intelligence successes last fall that weakened Iran, China adjusted its position, reducing its strong support for Iran and reducing its criticism of Israel. And relations have moved onto a more even keel. But I want to return to the Indo-Pacific. We all know that Israel's not a big fan of strategy, certainly not down on paper. So I want to ask you, if you would, show of hands, do you think that Israel has considered an Indo-Pacific strategy? Does anybody think that? Okay, actually, yes. Israel has debated having an Indo-Pacific strategy, which makes good sense. As I said, it is a growing economic powerhouse. But there are other considerations why the Indo-Pacific is important for us. These countries are all allies and partners of the US, from Japan to the Philippines, Singapore to Australia. So cooperation with those countries could include joint high-tech and defense R&D production. You heard from Nir Barkat about India. The potential there is enormous. Not only does the region have the human resources for this level of cooperation, but due to China's rise, these countries know they need to up their game in defense. They need what Israel has, and Israel needs new markets. As the US-China rivalry shapes the 21st century order and the Indo-Pacific becomes the global economic center of gravity, the future of Israel's national security lies in the Indo-Pacific, and I do not exaggerate. Yet, after that debate in the government about whether or not we should have an Indo-Pacific strategy, no conclusion, no follow-up. Why? Some say the region is too far away. But, should we have an Indo-Pacific strategy? Actually, you will note that the Indian Ocean leads right up into the Red Sea. It's not as far away as it seems. And we know that what happens in the north end of the Indian Ocean matters to Israel, and the Houthis don't fail to remind us of that. In fact, the Houthis have actually given us added incentive to push forward a new kind of international cooperation that shows how close the Indo-Pacific really is. IMEC, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. This is an innovative mix of land and sea lanes, energy pipelines, and IT cables that will connect us to India and bring Israel and the Indo-Pacific closer together. But the region should matter to Israel because the benefits that we would gain from having serious relationships with those countries are immense. One area is in tech and innovation because Japan, South Korea, and India are all potential investors, partners in development and production. There are also opportunities for minilateral cooperations. Before October 7, South Korea, a very timid country that's very stuck, had a trilateral with the UAE and Israel. The US-led frameworks in the region offer Israel additional areas of opportunity. The Quad, not the Quad you heard earlier, but the Australia, India, Japan, USA Quad, now has Quad Plus. Israel says, Quad, that's all the big players, but no, many middle powers like Israel are interested in joining the Quad Plus to offer tech support and data analytics. You're familiar with AUKUS, the Australia, UK, US nuclear-powered submarine partnership. AUKUS Pillar 2 offers an opportunity for tech innovation. There's also potential regarding the Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness, launched in 2022. This contracts private companies to provide governments in the region with near real-time data to help monitor the coastal waters and use naval and Coast Guard resources more effectively. And I'm sure you can all understand why that's so important. The regional frameworks are all potential opportunities for Israel to contribute and benefit in its areas of expertise. But on a strategic level, as the cost of military R&D exceeds the limits, perhaps, of U.S. largesse, certainly Washington is going to be happy if we are working with democracies in the Indo-Pacific to underwrite some of those costs. For example, Japan, India, Philippines, and Australia are all increasing their defense budgets, unlike what you heard about the EU. This is an opportunity for Israel to collaborate on R&D, manufacturing, and production that could serve as critical resources for Israel's future defense requirements. And I'm sure you remember it wasn't that long ago that we had a lot of issues with getting our defense equipment from the United States. Diversification is a smart hedge. And while the U.S. would appreciate Israel's cooperation with Indo-Pacific countries, China would respect it. Remember, China's position on Israel changed last fall because of its response to our successes. China has a reputation for betting on the winning horse. It understands and respects demonstrations of power and influence. Beijing respects success. Building interest-based partnerships with democracies in China's neighborhood will enhance Beijing's respect for Israel, strengthening our image as a middle power with global reach. This is important considering China's aspiration for influence in the Middle East, which is growing all the time, in spite of recent developments, and also because of its ongoing ties with Tehran. I just returned this morning from Seoul. Over the past 18 months, Signal Group has been twice to Japan and India, and we're returning in the coming months, talking to think tanks, government agencies, institutes, private companies, and our embassies there to understand how these countries are reading the China-US competition and how we can potentially collaborate. There is clear interest in partnership with Israel. Again, such a contrast from what you hear about Europe. These countries want to work with us. Why? Because they see benefits. They see that they will win by sharing the win-win formula that we hear so much from China. Israel should capitalize on these opportunities by first demonstrating an east-facing approach to show that we realize the importance of the region. Israel needs to articulate an Indo-Pacific strategy. Jerusalem should expand or establish strategic dialogues with Quad members. We should position Israel as a tech-savvy partner in the Indo-Pacific region, taking part in regional gatherings. The first step is showing up. This is something that Israel has had a hard time with. We need to encourage the government, encourage the different agencies of Israel to face eastward. Israel also should expand its diplomatic presence across the region. In thinking about Israel's relations with these countries, Jerusalem is often concerned about how China or the US might interpret this strategy or even policy for that matter. We need to keep in mind that the Chinese know which side Israel is on. Our close relations with the US are very clear to them. In fact, they use those relations to advance their own interests. They move closer to Israel than when they want better relations with America, and they're hard on Israel when they want to distance and differentiate themselves from the US. Senior Chinese policy advisors in Beijing have said to me, straight to my face, that their leadership understands Israel's position with Washington and that China will not ever replace the US for a veto in the United Nations or on defense support. We don't have to worry about China's opinion if we decide on our own strategic policies to pursue Indo-Pacific countries. Our stance should be clear, like that of the US and China. Israel's strategies and policies should serve our interests. Even with all of the other issues that we're dealing with that you've been hearing about for the last 2 days, Israel cannot afford to be a bystander in the Indo-Pacific century. The time is here and the time is now for Israel to craft and pursue a thoughtful Indo-Pacific strategy. Thank you.
Carice, thank you for that thought-provoking presentation on matters relating to China and elsewhere in the region, issues that we do not pay enough attention to. Thank you very much. So we're all aware that some years ago, the establishment of the historic Abraham Accords with the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Morocco, mediated by the United States during the first Trump administration, were indeed the first peace agreements signed between Israel and a Muslim-majority country in 30 years, and they are the pathway toward a new Middle East. There are some of us who believe that the establishment of the Abraham Accords was worthy of the Nobel Peace Prize for each and every leader from the United States, from Israel, and from the other countries who joined in making it a reality. And as we look back in history, we can see that a difference was made. Now we think about the future. To discuss the future of the Abraham Accords and what may come next, please welcome Fleur Hassan Nahum, joined by Dan Pfefferman, chairman of Sharaka, Yemeni and Swedish journalist Luai Ahmed, I hope I pronounced it right. If not, I apologize. And Israeli-Arab businessman Karim Yahya. Again, I hope I pronounced it right. Please welcome these esteemed speakers. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, wonderful panel here talking about such a positive subject. And I just want to say that after October 7th, people automatically believed or feared that it would be the end of the Abraham Accords. And as the co-founder of the UAE Israel Business Council, I kept getting calls continuously. Is it the end? Is it the end? And we have many friends in the Gulf that we spoke to in the aftermath of the Abraham Accords, in the aftermath of October 7th. And this is the answer that I always tell people when they ask me, is it over? And I say to them this, for me, the light at the end of the horrible, horrible tunnel that we're still in, that our hostages are still in, of this terrible catastrophe of October 7th has been that a month after, when the Arab League met, 22 states, to boycott Israel and America, it was the Abraham Accords signatories that vetoed it. That last April, when Iran attacked us through the night, it was the Abraham Accords countries, and including Saudi Arabia, that defended us with the UAE, and then the next day admitted that they defended us, which is huge. And again in September. So in fact, I'm very optimistic, and I have here an incredible panel of experts, friends, and leaders in their own fields who we're going to be discussing exactly this. So Dan Pfefferman, who is the chairman of Sharaka, which is a people-to-people Abraham Accords organization, just come back from a delegation to Auschwitz with young Arab men and women from across the region. Dan, after October 7th, what happened with Sharaka and where are we today?
Thank you, Fleur. Thank you, Flora. And congratulations to JNS on such a fantastic conference, much needed conference at a very critical time. You know, after October 7th, it was very difficult. You and I had a lot of friends. I know we traveled to the Gulf together actually many times. And immediately after the attacks, I personally received hundreds and hundreds of messages of concern, of sympathy from our friends all over the region. You know, for the last 4 years, Sharaka, we've been bringing dozens and dozens of influencers and young leaders from all over the Arab world to Israel. But almost immediately, even before the IDF retaliation took hold, you saw a different narrative take shape. You saw the same kind of people who had visited Israel, who you and I had spent many Shabbat dinners with and had long conversations, people who should know better, start, first of all, showing sympathy for the Palestinian side. That's fine, as it should be, because even if it's Hamas's fault, there is suffering there, and we have to recognize that. But then you saw the propaganda take over. You saw the Al Jazeera propaganda, you saw the Hamas propaganda, you saw the Iranian propaganda and the Qatari propaganda. And friends, if we got defeated in one aspect of this war after October 7th, it was on the propaganda, on the media, on the social media front. And what it took me a bit to digest, because as everyone here probably took it personally, I did too, more so because I'd invested years into developing these relationships. And what I came to understand after trips to the Arab world, after hosting many more delegations in Israel, and after many speaking tours all over with my Arab friends and colleagues, is that at the end of the day, we form our worldview based on the news feed and social media feed in front of our eyes. And so I don't blame them, because all they saw on the Arab news and on their social media algorithm was the suffering, real and imagined and exaggerated, of what's happening in Gaza, and nothing about what happened to the Israelis on October 7th, while we on our news saw the hostages, we saw the victims, we saw atrocity unfold, and each one was worse than the other. I can tell you, though, something else. A different narrative is taking shape in the Middle East, and my friends here can probably attest to that, and that is, while there are very few brave and morally courageous people who understand both sides of this, like my friend Luai here. I'm sorry we just met, so I hope to call you a friend after this. But Luai is one of the few people who clearly and with moral courage stood up on his social media platform and defended Israel's right to defend itself. You did see a lot of critique for Hamas and for Hezbollah and for the Iranian access, also of the IDF, of dragging the region into war. And that's something, you know, for us it might seem like too little, too late. But in the Arab world, if you know how to understand the Arab world and how progress is made, that's a seismic shift. That is a seismic shift. And I can tell you something else. You know, the Abraham Accords were top-down, right? And they're often criticized for being top-down, but they were brought about by visionary leadership. Not just visionary leadership here in Jerusalem and in Washington, but visionary leadership especially in Abu Dhabi, in Manama, behind the scenes in Riyadh, and in Rabat. And those leaders have long understood, but they were willing to finally do something about it. They understand that the Palestinian issue was never about the Palestinians. It was used cynically, it is used cynically by the radical access to distract, to divide, to radicalize populations. And as one of my Arab analyst friends told me, it has been hijacking and preventing the region from progressing as it should have prevented, which means Arab-Israeli unity and working together across scenes. I'll end with this. It's going to take decades to undo the deep radicalization. I didn't understand how deep the disinformation and demonization about Israel was in the Arab world until I jumped into this field. But something every single Arab intellectual and behind the scenes every Arab leader has told me, or that I've understood, is that for the Abraham Accords to have survived, right? And keep in mind, friends, keep in mind, not a single embassy was closed, not a single ambassador was pulled back from the Abraham Accords countries, not a single demonstration or major demonstration in the streets of these countries against Israel. Affirmations that the Abraham Accords are in place and will continue. Slight and subtle condemnations of Hamas. We expected more, but that's how they work. Okay? And the Saudis confirmed that peace was never off the table. For the Abraham Accords to survive, and for them to continue into what I hope is now phase 2, they needed us to unequivocally defeat Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, and the radical axis in this war.
Absolutely, because that shows them that it was worth making peace with Israel, which is a strong country that can stand up for itself. Karim, taking a little shift to the business world, Karim Yeya is the head of 972 Hub. We've met in many business conferences. You've done incredible work in building business bridges between Israel and the Gulf, and you yourself, as a proud Arab Israeli, are a bridge. You personify that bridge. Tell us how your experience has been in your field after October 7th, and if this gives you hope for the future in terms of business development with the Gulf.
So first of all, thank you, Fleur, for having me. Look, I've been doing business with the UAE and in general the GCC, been helping startups, companies, founders excel and innovate and enter into new markets for the past couple of years. I'm very optimistic. Maybe because I am that way as a person, maybe because of my diplomatic background when my father was a diplomat. But I believe in our people. I believe that Israeli Arabs, Israeli Jews, we are strong enough as a people that we are smart enough to continue excelling and growing, and that shows. Countries all over the world see not only through our technologies and how good the technologies are, and as founders, as businessmen and women, they immediately understand how we can get up, dust ourselves off, and continue on forward. So honestly, I'm very optimistic. October 7th was a blow, a difficult blow to, I think, the entire world, specifically Israeli Arabs as well. Everyone was in shock. I'm not an expert on the field, and I don't know how to fix something that was so hard for both sides. Loss is loss, and it's tough. But I do know that if there are right opportunities and there is right business done between parties, there will always be that sort of tool that you can use to excel proper diplomacy. You can either use diplomacy with education, you can either use diplomacy, you use peace in order to excel diplomacy. So it depends on the tool you have. I think money is a good enough incentive to try and bring us to a new era.
Did deals fall through for you, or things you were working on after October 7th?
No, to be honest, no. There were delays. There were hiccups here and there. But I'll be honest, actually things moved along faster, except the days that we had to be in shelters, except the days that, there was a lot of uncertainty and we had to pause, so to speak. But business keeps, the clock keeps ticking. And as Nir Barkat said a few moments ago, there's so many companies that have came to the UAE, to the GCC in general, from Israel, subsidiaries that have opened up, and they are their goal is to profit. So when the goal is to profit and people are working, everybody wants a salary, the clock has to keep ticking. It's tough to work in such an environment. I will say that the Emiratis and our Emirati partners and friends were the first to immediately rush in and ask, we saw the videos and we see this and that, how are you, how's the family? And you reply from within the shelter saying, oh, we're fine, we're okay, hopefully this passes. And so, a difficult time, in Safek.
Well, it's lovely to hear that you didn't feel that the business relationships collapsed. Loai Ahmed, my friend, you are from Yemen. You grew up as an anti-Semite because that's what you were taught. You moved to Sweden and you had an awakening at some point, and you just came back from your first trip to Auschwitz. When you think about how to engage the rest of the Arab world in what Dan has coined now as phase 2 of the Abraham Accords, what insights can you share with us from your own journey for us to look forward to regional peace and stability?
Thank you, Fleur, and thank you for having me here. I'm very honored to be sitting next to all of you.
I want to bring the Abraham Accords back to the human aspect and kind of like bring it back to human beings, because the fact that we need the Abraham Accords is due to one thing and one thing only: anti-Semitism. I've had a very chilling week thanks to Dan, who invited me to go to Auschwitz for a week, and it was quite traumatic for me. But the most traumatic thing for me was in one of those buildings that we were walking into, there was a display of what Hitler and his politicians and his planners were saying in order to execute their plan. And as I stood in that room for around 30 minutes, just watching the speeches and watching what they were saying, and the reason for that is because go back 10 years ago to when I was in Yemen, Sana'a, and the vast majority of the things that Hitler and his friends were saying, Jews are contaminated. Jews, we need to find a solution for the Jews. They control everything and contaminate and destroy, and they're basically parasites that we have to deal with, and the only way we can deal with them is by eradicating them. Those lines are distant memories for many Jewish people who are descendants of the Holocaust, because it's something that you look back to the 30s and the 40s to see that kind of anti-Semitism in Europe. But to me, someone who grew up in Sana'a, Yemen, those lines and those kind of vitriolic extremist views on Jews not being human beings and being animals, and we have to get rid of them, it is the main discourse and narrative that I was brought up in Sana'a, Yemen. So when I told you, Flair, on the quad that the first time that I met a Jew in Sweden, the hair on my body froze and I was shocked and I almost fainted, it is because of this brainwashing. The first time I met a Jew, I did not think that it was a human being. I thought it was a beast. I thought it was something that was going to kill me. And this is very quintessential to the Abraham Accords, because the Abraham Accords are not just about economic prosperity and the economic relationship between Israel and the Arab world, which is important. But what's more important is for the Arab world to realize and understand that the Jewish people were here before Islam. We need to understand that the Arab world needs to understand that Muslims and Jews and Christians, they descend and they follow the same history to a certain extent. And in this humanization, we can understand each other's pains and actually speak to each other. Because what we find right now with these Arab countries that refuse to negotiate with Israel is they don't want to come to the table at all. And I want to take a moment to thank Dan here, who is the CEO for Sharaka, because when October 7 happened, the reason that I started making videos and telling my family and friends killing Jews is not justifiable, Dan over here is quite the representative of the Abraham Accords, because he sent me a message on Twitter and said, hey, we would like to invite you to Israel. And the name of the organization was Sharaka. Sharaka in Arabic means partnership. As someone who grew up my entire life thinking that Israelis want to kill all Arabs, the fact that a Jewish man sent me a message of an organization with an Arabic name named Partnership, it made me realize, wait, maybe there is peace in Israel. And I ended up coming to Israel and finding out that there was no apartheid, and that it's a thriving country, and the Jewish community are incredible human beings. So I want to thank you, Dan, for bringing me to Israel for the first time, and I want to thank you for taking me to Auschwitz for educating me, because you did something that the Abraham Accords should be focusing on. We need to be focusing on the human relationships, bringing delegations from the UAE, from Saudi Arabia, from Morocco to Israel. This is the way to humanize us, to humanize the Jewish community in the eyes of the Arab world, and that is the #1 priority.
Loai, your words are amazing. And of course, they resonate here, but just a small follow-up point. It's so prevalent, this hatred in the Arab world. How do you see a light? How do you see a light? How do we change this? Is it going to take generations if it happens at all? Do you see there could be other quicker fixes? How does this change, Loai? Give us some hope.
I think that there's in life, there's light and there's darkness, right? And I think when it comes to the Arab world and their anti-Semitism and moving away from it, we know that there is the dark, which is where I come from, Yemen, which is completely an uneducated society with curriculums. The curriculums that I grew up in Sana'a are the same that the ones that they have in Gaza, where I remember we crossed out evolution theory and the teacher told us this is a Jewish conspiracy theory to destroy Islam. And that's evolution theory. Many scientific principles that contradict the Quran and Islam, who do we blame? The Jews. So the curriculums are the problem, the mosques and the schools, and we have to start there, not just in Gaza. Gaza, the mosque and the reforms, I usually say, because my mom and I fight all the time about Israel because she's anti-Israel, and she keeps saying the occupation, the occupation, the occupation, and I tell her, Mom, I actually do think that Israel needs to occupy Gaza for real and enter the mosques and schools. That's where the occupation should be happening, in the mosques and schools, because these are the places where the children are being brainwashed to think that Jews are not human beings and that we need to kill them. So in order to cut the roots of this, we need to enter the schools and mosques and start there. And in terms of positivity, look at the UAE. The UAE used to preach vitriolic anti-Semitic curriculums, but now that they're heading towards the light, they no longer say the Zionist entity, but the Jewish state. And they're nearing a more humane and more humanistic approach towards Israel. So we need to follow the UAE.
Absolutely. UAE also introduced Holocaust education into their curriculum a number of years ago.
Exactly.
And Saudi Arabia have also begun making significant changes in their curriculum. So there is hopes. And I think that we need to start with mosques and schools, not just in the Arab world, but how about Europe and America too? Thank you very much to my distinguished panel.
Let's take the temperature in the room. How's everybody doing? I just want to tell you we have an extraordinary evening plenary coming up soon. We're toward the conclusion of the afternoon plenary, but the best is absolutely yet to come. But meanwhile, we are not going to disappoint even in this moment. Israel's emerging as a regional and a global superpower, in part through the challenges it faces. The entire world seems to have its magnifying glass squarely on Israel. But is that only about conflict? To address Israel and the war for global influence, I welcome our strategic JNS Summit partner, my dear friend, my mentor, Dr. Dan Diker, President of the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Alex. Mentor is going to cost me a fortune. Thank you all for being awake this late in the afternoon before the next snack. It's been an extraordinary day and a half of learning, lessons learned. And watching the Prime Minister last night is really extraordinary if you just think about it. What head of state can take this podium for an hour without notes and reveal the whole story in 59 minutes about what our enemies have planned, about what our enemies believe, about why our enemies attacked us? Sun Tzu, the Chinese strategist 2,800 years ago, if you're here today, be proud of the Prime Minister, because that's exactly what the Prime Minister did. He revealed the plans, the ideology, the capabilities, and the strategy of the enemy. He created an international headline by revealing for the first time, it took 19 months, but he revealed for the first time that Iran and Hamas had planned the total destruction of the Jewish state, and by the way, had a real, seriously realistic operational plan to do it. Thank God. There was literally a miraculous intervention. But the Prime Minister said regarding Alex, he said, just tell the truth. Don't worry about concepciot. Just tell the truth. But to tell the truth, you have to see the truth. You have to recognize the truth. And what I think the Prime Minister was doing was to say, you know, Israel is truth-telling, number one, the strong horse, al-faras al-asil, that idea of Ibn Khaldun 700 years ago, that history is a function of strong horses defeating weak horses. That's what Israel is today, especially after September 2024. It wasn't only the military lightning victory in 6 weeks, neutralizing the Hamas, neutralizing Hezbollah, ripping naked the Iranian airspace. But it was the perception of our enemies of what we did. It was the cognitive idea that Israel is the strong horse in the Middle East that was the truth. Now, we can be the strong horse in the Middle East. The challenge now is to become the strong horse in the West, because we are losing the war of October 8th. We are losing the October 8th war. The war at Harvard, Columbia, on hundreds of campuses across the United States, the ICC, ICJ, the international human rights organizations, the networks, mainstream media. You know, just to pin the tail on the donkey, some of you are probably aware that just about 96 hours ago, Rashida Tlaib, the representative of Michigan, for the first time ever, it's so cognitively dissonant to even tell the story. Many of you know what I'm talking about. Julia, you've probably seen this. She actually proposed a resolution. She authored a resolution casting Israel as an enemy of the United States together with China, North Korea, and Iran. It's not Halloween. This is serious. And that's why it's so dangerous, because it's real. And even though it was 413-3 with Ilhan Omar and Bush, Cory Bush supporting and 413 against, it still exists in cyberspace. And it's going to be used. It's going to be used by those that wish and working for our destruction. What this is, yesterday, in Russian terms, what we're facing as one war against the Jews. It's not anti-Israel and anti-Semitism. It's one integrated, total war against the Jews. Those in the Jewish state, sovereign, and those outside of the Jewish state, yet to be sovereign. And it's called, in the Russian literature, Russian hybrid warfare. Read Ofer Friedman's book, Russian hybrid warfare. Disinformation, deception, subversion. The Chinese call it total warfare, the three warfares of 2003, based on Sun Tzu, to cause the implosion of Israeli society, and by extension, implosion of the international Jewish community. That is the type of hybrid warfare that we are facing, and we have to understand, we have to tell ourselves the truth of what we are facing. It's one war. We have to say very clearly two principles. Branding Israel an apartheid, genocidal, war criminal is not political criticism of Israel. It is the intention to destroy Israel and the international Jewish community. That is not political criticism. And the strategy of hybrid warfare is to divide us as a Jewish community, to divide us from the United States. And by the way, it's not only one war against the Jews, which Sharansky called the 3 Ds. That's why Sharansky came up with the 3 Ds. Demonization, delegitimization, double standards, in order for us to understand what we're really seeing through the 3D glasses. 3D glasses, that was the point. See it clearly. But there's something else going on. This is not only a war against the Jews, this is a war against the West, and it's been going on for decades, and we haven't seen it as an international community. We haven't branded it. But you know who branded it? Yasser Arafat branded it with his Soviet taskmasters in the 1960s. Do you know that in the 1964 charter, Ahmed Shukeri, then the ambassador to Soviet Union, in the charter called for jihad against Israel. It's not about territory, it's not about statehood, it's not about land. It is a jihad, it is a holy war, and it's not I who am saying it, it is The Palestinians have been saying it for decades, and the Iranians are saying it. And we have to understand that we are facing a holy war that is not given to territorial compromise. It's fueled by our readiness to compromise on territory. And you know, in the United Nations, the war wasn't against Israel per se, it was against the United States. Remember what happened in 1965 in the third committee? The Soviets came up with this accusing Zionism or associating Zionism with Nazism in 1965. And they couldn't get away with that. So they waited 10 years, and then we came up with UN General Assembly Resolution 3379, Zionism is racism and racial discrimination. They got away with that. They almost got us kicked out of the UN, but they did it to attack America. The Chinese were calling the Americans imperialists and colonialists. The Soviets were calling the Americans Zionists, calling them Zionists together with Israel. This is a war against Israel and the West. It always has been, and it is today. And we have to understand that from Jerusalem, we have the responsibility now to lead the counter war. We can win October 8th, but in order to win October 8th, the state of Israel, the government of Israel, has got to take a leadership position. They have got to unite. We have got to be united inside Israel. We've got to reach out and unite to the Jewish community outside Israel. We have got to also leverage our distribution system. There are 55 million non-Jewish Zionists in the United States. There are 650 million non-Jewish Zionists around the world. They are with us. Let us be assisted by them. They are with us in a post-October 7th world. We have hundreds of millions of supporters. And number two, I'm watching the time carefully because you got electrocuted when it goes to zero. Here's the point. That I call on the government of Israel to open a major division on political warfare, the way the Americans did it to defeat the Soviets. 6,000 agents in the United States, 14 different civilian intelligence offices to defeat the Soviet Union. Culture, diplomacy, psyops, gray, black, white, culture, political warfare. That's what we need in Jerusalem. And we need it in a permanent office space. We need it in a space with scores of cyber, of human, of OSINT. This is a war. And we have to win in the name of truth and in the name of the future of our people. We have to win and can win the October 8th war. Thank you all so very much. God bless.
Dan, if that buzzer electrocuted people when it went to zero, there would be dozens of people dead today. Dozens. But since we're talking about buzzers, the next guest that we bring to the stage knows a bit about buzzer beaters. You'd never expect one of America's top basketball coaches to use his podium during March Madness to talk about the story of Purim, the heroism of Mordecai and Esther, and then to tie it into how dangerous it would be if we allowed the modern-day Haman and the enemies of the Jewish people in Iran to get money and build nuclear weapons. The amount of godliness that was being channeled onto the podium at March Madness was unbelievable. But of course, this is because it's no ordinary coach. And I am proud to present to you the 2025 AP National NCAA Coach of the Year, the head coach at Auburn University in Alabama and chairman of the board at the USIEA, Bruce Pearl.
Motzi lechem min haaretz. Amen. Erev Tov. What am I doing here? I'm at the JNS Policy Summit. You got people that have forgotten more than I know about this conflict. I'm just an American Jewish basketball coach that loves his country very much, that loves his ancestral homeland, the state of Israel, very much. That's a proud Jew and a proud Zionist and willing and unafraid to tell the truth. We know the biblical truths. We know the historical truths. One of the reasons why I visit Israel every year is so I can listen, I can see, and I can learn more about the realities of what's going on right now. And then through my work as a basketball coach and as chairman of the board of the U.S. Israel Education Association, I go back to Congress, which I'm going to next week, and I visit with congressional leaders to deliver the message. Now, my advocacy is not political. My advocacy is survival. It's for the survival of the state of Israel, and it's to combat anti-Semitism in America and in the places that I live. This is about survival. Now, look, I was born in Boston in 1960, so I was old enough, 15, there we go, Blue Hill Avenue, yeah, right, Mattapan. I was old enough to remember 15 years after the gates were opened and 6 million of our brothers and sisters were murdered. That was still fresh. And we said never again then. And that lasted for a little while. But you know, it kind of wore off a little bit. It wore off a little bit. And maybe it even wore off here in Israel, that we were fighting for our lives and we were fighting for our existence. Well, October 7th was a wake-up call. October 7th was not a wake-up call for you in this room. It was not a wake-up call for me, but it was a wake-up call for American Jewry, and maybe even some people in Israel. That could happen. Obviously, it could happen again. So what happened a month ago? Has anybody heard of March Madness? March Madness, right? So it's 364 teams that are competing to get down to just 4, and we call it the Final Four. This year, for the first time in the history of the tournament, 3 out of the 4 coaches at the Final Four were all Jewish, and the coach that won the national championship, Todd Golden, is a proud Jew. How about that? I'm a Jewish basketball coach in Auburn, Alabama. Don't tell me we don't have a great country, right? There are obstacles, but it's possible for everybody. And I am obviously just forever grateful. So about 4 or 5 weeks ago, we won a big game. And Alex had talked about 3 or 4 years ago when Biden was thinking about giving Iran a bunch of money and a lot of different things would happen. I took the platform and I said, look, I told the storm of Purim, my name's Mordechai. My grandfather told me the reason why he named me Mordechai is he told me the story about Esther and Mordechai's preaching into Queen Esther to save her people. And so I've been speaking out. About 5 weeks ago, we beat Creighton to get to the Sweet 16. It was a big win. I'm walking down the halls of Rupp Arena, and I'm just thanking God. I'm like, God, what in the world did I do to deserve this blessing? I mean, really, thank you, Lord. And all of a sudden, Idan Alexander's name just comes into my mind. I don't think it actually comes into my mind. I think God was whispering it in my ear. He said, remember who you are. Remember where you came from. Remember who you represent. So I'm walking with my players. I said, guys, can I ask you a question? I said, you guys know my advocacy for Israel. I said, for some reason, Idan Alexander, the only living hostage still being held in Gaza, just came to my mind. I want to mention his name. I want to bring. Would you guys mind? It's your moment. We just won this big ball game. They said, Coach, no, absolutely, 100, say it. And one of my players, Tahad Pettifer, said, Coach, he's from Jersey. Because Tahad is from Jersey also. He knew where he was from. My players said, yes, go ahead. So we mentioned Idan Alexander's name and to bring home the hostages. And I can't believe the reaction that took place. Idan's father, Adi, got a hold of me and just tears in his eyes, thanked me for mentioning his son's name for millions of Americans, to be reminded that while we are celebrating our success, we're also feeling that pain. And so I've been thanked a lot for being here. Like, thanks for coming, Coach. Thanks for your advocacy. Please don't thank me. It's the very least that I can do. Thank the young men and women that are protecting us right now on the front, so we can be here tonight to talk about it. Thank them, please. Look, I was fortunate to grow up in a home where my grandparents kept kosher. They were Orthodox. We wrapped tefillin. It was an honor for me at 13 years old to go in the morning to service with my grandfather. That's how I grew up. I was fortunate to have that foundation. Unfortunate, there's not enough of that going on in American Jewry right now. They just don't care as much as they need to, but they're starting to care more. Let me tell you something. Don't worry about what's going on at Columbia. Don't worry about what's going on at Harvard. Don't worry about what's going on in some of the Ivy League institutions. There is a silent majority in America that has your back, that has our back. They do. They do. We've got to understand that it's our responsibility to protect ourselves from the people that want to kill us, but it's also our responsibility as God's chosen people to be the kindest, to be the most generous, to be the most peaceful, to be the best version we possibly can. That also is our responsibility. And that's what I try to do as far as teaching those things to my players. Just a couple more things, thank you. My first visit to Israel was in 2009. I coached the Maccabi USA team and we got to the gold medal game. And you know who we played against for the gold? Israel. Israel, thank God, doesn't lose at home. You guys don't lose at home, right? You never lose at home. You can't lose at home. Except the problem for me is the three officials, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, I was getting screwed. I couldn't get a call to save my life. But thanks to Danny Grunfeld and Todd Golden, who's the coach of the Florida Gators, who was my point guard, and my son, Steven, we actually won in overtime, and we won the gold medal. I took 13 Jewish boys from America. They came back better Jewish men because all they had to do is come here and see it and feel it and taste it and understand it. So I said, you know what? I'm bringing my team back. I'm bringing Auburn back. And so a few years ago, you saw some of the pictures. I brought my team back. My players know my advocacy for Israel. They know that I'm not afraid to be outspoken about my Jewish faith. And you know what it's done for them? It's given them the confidence to speak about their faith, to talk about Jesus the way they want to talk about Jesus. Unafraid. By the way, you know who the two most popular Jews in Alabama are? Me and Jesus. We are. But you know what? But sometimes we're afraid to wear our religion and our faith on our sleeves. You know, guys, my guys are loud and proud. They're shooting threes and knocking it down, and they're making this signal right here. This is the signal. You think they're taunting the opponent. They're not taunting the opponent. They're calling God. They're calling God, thanking God. They knock down a big shot. They make a big dunk. They're calling God. I get emails and phone calls from parents with 8-year-old kids. Coach, my daughter knocked down a three. She's calling God, right? This is the power that the students have, that the student athletes have. And so I joined forces with Daniel Posner and Athletes for Israel. We actually saw the ambassador of the United Arab Emirates, Youssef Otaibe. We had this idea about bringing American college teams to Israel and then also bringing them to United Arab Emirates and celebrate the normalization through sports of the Abraham Accords. And guess what? 2 years ago, Athletes for Israel brought Kansas State and Arizona. It was the first flight of a college team from Tel Aviv to Abu Dhabi in honor of the Abraham Accords. All right. Lastly, my work as chairman of the board for U.S. Israel Educational Association, it's very important. It's the most important work I'm doing, okay? We all give lots. We all give lots to try to help Israel. There's so many wonderful causes. You're sitting right there. We're going to hear all about them, so on and so forth. I'll tell you who's got more money than any of us. The United States government, okay? We have to hold on to Congress. The executive branches can change, and sometimes it can change pretty quickly. We've seen that, and that's a concern. But Israel's support of Israel must be a bipartisan issue. And so what my organization does, that I work with, we take congressional leaders to Israel, and we take them to Judea and Samaria. We take them to Judea and Samaria. We take them to see. And they go back to Congress. And they're not voting for Israel's support just because it's the aircraft carrier or it's the best ally. They go back and support Israel because they read the Bible. And the Gentiles are commanded to stand with Israel, those who stand with Israel, right? And you know what's going to happen to the ones that don't, right? You get that? Congress gets that. And so we have been doing that since 2011. We have a tour every August. And it's really, 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 really good work. Last thing. This is a policy. This is a policy thing, right? It's policy. All right? Can we talk about the two-state solution for 1 second, please? Just for 1 second? Oh, no. You don't want to talk about it? No, listen. We've already tried the two-state solution, and it didn't work. It was in Gaza. That did not work. We cannot do it again. There's only one Jewish state. There are 22 Arab states. We do not need another. We do not need another Arab state. We don't. And that's something that, believe it or not, the State Department, that's on their charter. That's going to change, and we're going to work really, really hard to change that. I'm just here to tell you this. Here's the deal. The American people have your back. President Donald Trump has your back. The United States Congress has your back. Ambassador Friedman, Ambassador Huckabee, Mark Levin has your back. This basketball coach from Auburn has your back. I'm Yisrael Chai, and God bless America.
Everybody stand up and stretch. The coach raised us all up. Coach, thank you. Everybody up. Take a second. We'll ask everyone on the side to please take your seats. Move toward the seats. People in the hallway, please open the doors and bring them in. Please, everyone along the walls, take your seats. Please close the doors and everyone take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. I believe all of us here in this room are committed to the principle that Jerusalem is our eternal and undivided capital of the Jewish people. And in planning this inaugural JNS International Policy Summit, we knew that the only place to properly hold this summit is here in Jerusalem. Jerusalem is not just Israel's most important city and capital. It is the home of our global Jewish communities worldwide, because it's Israel and Jerusalem at the center in all of our hearts. We are honored to be hosted by the Mayor of Jerusalem, Moshe Leon. Under his leadership, we are reliving the biblical dream of the true rebuilding of Jerusalem, the strengthening of Jerusalem, the growth of Jerusalem. We appreciate the support and partnership of the Jerusalem municipality and all of the leaders of Jerusalem, and it takes a leader to lead other leaders. Please welcome our leader here in Yerushalayim, Moshe Leon, Mayor of Jerusalem.
U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Welcome. Founders of JNS, Josh and Katzen. Chairman of the Summit, Richard Heidman. CEO for JNS, Alex Treyman. Editor of JNS, Jonathan Tubin. Dear friends, welcome to Jerusalem, and hello everybody. Today, I stand before you as the proud Mayor of Jerusalem. A city with a soul, a city with a mission. Jerusalem is not just history. Jerusalem is the future. In fact, I know this is a conference for a news media. So I have a headline for you. A headline that King David himself might have read. But it is true today as it was then. Jerusalem is Israel's next big thing. We are building. We are growing. In 2023, we gave over 7,800 building permits, more than 3 times than in the past. New centers for high-tech are being created. More and more international innovation companies want to come to Jerusalem. Over 2 million square meters are now being ready for jobs. Young couples, young families, you have a home here. New school classrooms, new centers for arts and education, dance, music, sport. This is just the beginning. Investing in Jerusalem is an investment in the future of the Jewish people. Jerusalem is not just an economic project. It is the heart of our nation. Jerusalem is full of strength, full of faith, full of action. We invest in people. We build homes. We protect nature. We care for the soul of the city. Jerusalem is a city of education, a city of culture, jobs, a city of tourism, a city of academia, a city of coexistence, of shared lives, Jews, Muslims, Christians, living side by side together. In this war, Jerusalem stood strong. Our people opened their homes to people displaced from their homes in the north and south. We hug the families of soldiers. We stand with the families of the hostages. We walk with those who have lost loved ones. And we will keep walking with them because we only have one Jerusalem and one heart. We don't let our differences divide us. We let our love unite us. We pray together. We pray for the safe return of all our hostages. We pray for healing, body and soul. We pray for the safety of our soldiers. I want to thank President Donald J. Trump. Your love for Jerusalem is clear. Your commitment to Israel's security has never wavered. We are grateful, and I send a message to President Trump. We are not done. We are just getting started. Jerusalem is a miracle, a promise, and Jerusalem will always shine. I want to thank everyone of JNS for bringing us here today, and for so many all over the world connect with Jerusalem, learn about life in Jerusalem, and of course, love Yerushalayim. Thank you.
To wake up the busiest city in the entire world, you need somebody who brings a lot of energy. Strong advocates for Israel sometimes come from the most unlikely places, but October 7th has lit a spark in Jews around the world, and perhaps no such voice has been heard louder than that of Sid Rosenberg, New York City's WABC 770 AM radio morning show host. He's also, by the way, a national ratings leader, in case you haven't been looking. Since October 7th, he has become a true friend. And I've been honored to join his broadcast nearly 100 times since the beginning of the war. It is my privilege to introduce to you my friend, an amazing, amazing broadcaster and interviewer, Sid Rosenberg.
Thank you for that, Alex Trayman. First of all, let me say that I am humbled and honored to be in a room like this. And I don't want to leave anybody out. You're all great people. But there's two guys over here that are really great. One is our newest ambassador to Israel. And boy, did President Trump make the right choice with this guy, the great Mike Huckabee. And if you think I'm good on the radio, you all know about this guy. He's the best ever. There's a reason why they call him the Great One. He had that before Gretzky did, just so you know. The great Mark Levin is here, too, with his lovely wife, Julie. And you will hear from both of them after you hear from me. So Alex has been on the show, like he said, about 100 times. I'm from this little town in New York. It's called Brooklyn. You ever hear of it? The greatest city in the world, right? Next to Jerusalem. Don't get Mr. Mayor, don't get pissed off. And I grew up in a Jewish household. I went to yeshiva. My parents spent a ton of money in JCCs and Hebrew schools. And At one point, I went home, I said, Ma, ani medaber ivrit. And she said, look, he's like a rabbi. That's all I ever learned, by the way. $200,000 later. And I was one of those Jews, I'll be honest. I say this all the time. I had chicken parmesan on the third night of Passover. First 2 nights I was great, trust me. But that's what we were. We weren't a very, very religious household. But I was still a very, very proud Jew. I'd fight you in the street, and still will, if you say anything negative about the Jewish people. And then October 7th happened. You know, I'll tell you, I'm a big football fan. So is Huckabee and Levin. Levin likes the Eagles. That's the only part about him I don't like. I'm a Giant fan. So the Jets play the Giants like once every 5 years. It's a big deal in New York. They both suck, but it's a big deal. October 8th, the Jets were supposed to play the Giants. And I went down to my favorite chair in my living room that my beautiful wife, Danielle, put together. She's here tonight, too, by the way. How beautiful is my wife, Danielle? Get ready for the Jets and the Giants. And I started to cry. See, I'm not so tough. And I couldn't watch the game. I was so excited about this matchup. And all I could think about was the bodies at the kibbutzim and the young, beautiful people at Nova. I had a sister that went to Woodstock. And the people that were still being held hostage that very next day. And what the parents and grandparents were all going through. And I couldn't bring myself to watch the games that day. I was destroyed. And that day, October 8th, I became a different Jewish boy. It just destroyed me. And I live in New York City, where Columbia and NYU and all these tremendous academic institutions are being overwrought by animals. Hateful, disgusting, despicable people. And we allow it to happen. We allow it to happen. I said to Alex today, I said, why am I here tonight like Bruce Pearl said, the great coach? Because I'm not a unifier. I don't want to piss you people off. But I got to be honest. I believe the liberal Jew is a big problem. Some guy wants to kill me. You stand up and you must be a liberal Jew. I'm sorry. But the truth is, you're more dangerous to my religion than the Arabs are, than Hamas is. When I walk in the streets and people tell me that President Biden, pro-Israel, I used to get yelled at. I used to yell at Alex Trayman, what do you mean he's pro-Israel? He made some fakakta speech that he might go to my ear 50 years ago? You start loosening money up for Iran so they could put together Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas. You're not pro-Israel. You people aren't that stupid, are you? Well, of course you're not. You know better. So I said to Alex, I said, what's this about tonight? He goes, it's about unity. I go, I'm the last guy about unity. I spend most of my shows criticizing the liberal Jew because I have no patience for that. And that's why, thank God, President Donald J. Trump won this last election, and now we do have a friend in the White House. Now, it's not over yet. I actually had the president on the show last week. Shows you what kind of balls I've got. I'm a Brooklyn kid. I dictated policy to the president. I said, President Trump, I think we should bomb Iran. He said, what? I said, I don't know. They deserve a little bit of pain, a little bit, you know. And he said, well, we're thinking about that. You know, I'd rather not do it that way, Sid, but we're thinking about that. But the truth is, I feel that way. See, I'm tired of whether it's countries like Iran or the rest of the universities I just mentioned, or the liberal Jew, all the people around the world that continue to make our lives more difficult. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. And I know all you are as well. So, what's the way out of it? That's the question. And the way out of it is to unite, right? It is to unite at some point, but we need to use our common sense and come to a common ground and realize this: nobody likes us. Nobody. It's not getting better. It's not. the media is, to me, the domestic terrorists. They really are. The media is against us. The young generation, they're against us. The politicians, for the most part, are against us. Thank God for Congress, as Bruce Brough pointed out. We're in big trouble. We're in big trouble, folks. I understand that October 7th is 18 months away. Feels like a long time ago. It's not. It's not. And I still see it every day on the streets of New York City. And I wonder if we're really ever going to get to the place where the Jewish person, no matter where they are in the world today, is safe. And we're not safe now. That's why these types of summits, and anytime Jewish people get together and have these types of discussions, even if you hate my guts, that's fine. They're important. Because at the end of the day, whether I agree with you or not, it's us against the world. If you guys think that those people out there, you know, they like us or they care, there's a lot more Rashida Tlaibs out there than there are Donald Trumps. A lot. I mean, I'll close out in a couple of seconds. I have like 2 minutes, but I live in a city. The name of the mayor is Eric Adams. And, you know, he's done some good things lately because he owes Donald Trump his life. So Trump made all his legal problems go away, so now Eric Adams is great. He cares about migrants, and he's working with Tom Homan, and he's working with President Trump. In the meantime, he referred to himself as the Biden of Brooklyn for the better 2.5 years. That's fine. He goes to Park Avenue Synagogue on a Saturday. He goes to the Fifth Avenue Synagogue on the following Saturday. He holds this beautiful Jewish Heritage Month at Gracie Mansion, takes a ton of money. And when it all went down to Columbia University on that Monday Pesach morning, guess who the first person was in New York to hold a press conference outside of Columbia? You want to take one guess? Come on, give me a guess. Damn right, you're looking at him. A radio host. My mayor was on the way to Rome to sit down with the Pope, God rest his soul, and talk about anti-Semitism. I said, hey, moron, we've got it right here in New York City. You don't got to go to Italy. Anybody want to take a guess how many times Eric Adams has gone to Columbia since? 0. But he's considered a friend of the Jews. Do you see my point? We have all these friends who don't care about us. That's my point. We don't have a lot of friends. Show me the guy that rolls up his sleeve. You know, my 9/11 in New York, my October 7th in New York for all of us was 9/11. Rudy Giuliani rolled up his sleeves. He was there that day. He went to every funeral and he walked the streets. He had smut on his face. He looked like he went through the war by himself. He rolled up his sleeves. He did the dirty work. These politicians today, they don't do that. They make a speech like I'm doing right now. Everybody goes, oh, 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 and they write him a big check. Jews, they write big checks, and the checks don't bounce. And Eric Adams loves that. So I'm just telling you, when you talk about all of our friends, you people, right, first of all, I want you all to stand up right now. Every single person in the room, stand up. Let's go. Because I know a lot of you travel from a lot of far places to come to this place today. And I want every one of you to give yourself a round of applause and thank you for coming here to Jerusalem to help us fight. Because you people, all of you out here today, whether you live here or not, you are our friends. You are the people that changed me from a Reformed Jew who got bar mitzvahed by a rabbi who had blackjack tables after Shabbos on Friday nights to the guy I am today. I'm Israel Chai. God bless you all. Thank you so much.
If everyone will please take your seats. Everyone against the wall, please take your seats. Anyone remaining in the hall, please open the doors and escort them in. We'll ask everyone against the wall to please take your seats. We are indeed privileged to have with us tonight, for what I believe to be his first public remarks as the newly designated, appointed, Senate-approved ambassador from the United States to Israel, former governor of Arkansas. I could give you many words about him. I'm going to use just one. Governor, now Ambassador Mike Huckabee, is a mensch. In his heart, he cares about people. In his heart, he cares about the Jewish people. In his heart, he cares about the sanctity, the safety, the security, the standing, the respect, and the future of the State of Israel. When his appointment was announced by President Trump, received more than a unanimous applause. The president selected a mensch to come to Israel to be the president's representative and the representative of all of the American people here in Israel. We are so thrilled that he and his wife, Janet, are with us tonight. Please, ladies and gentlemen, rise and welcome Ambassador Mike Huckabee.
It is an extraordinary privilege to be here. First came to Israel 52 years ago in the summer of 1973. I was all of 17, a month away from my 18th birthday. I've been coming back ever since, and every time I come, I just can't wait to get back the next time. But never did a little kid from Hope, Arkansas, who grew up thinking he would never get 30 miles from his hometown, imagine that one day the President of the United States would give me the extraordinary privilege of representing my president, my country, to be the ambassador to the State of Israel. And I want you to know tonight that had the President asked me to do anything else in his administration, I would have said, "Sir, thank you, but no thank you, I don't want to." And I will absolutely tell you that every day of the week and twice on Sunday, I would much rather live in Jerusalem than in Washington, D.C. In fact, I think the people of Israel said, "President Trump, would you send us a Maccabee?" And he misunderstood, and he sent you a Huckabee instead. I cannot tell you how intimidating it is to come and speak right after Sid, and before that, Bruce Pearl. Bruce had me so motivated, I think I could have hit a three-pointer from mid-court. No wonder he's Coach of the Year, and no wonder his team was in the Final Four. I'm not very good at playing any sports, but I believe I could have come out of the locker room, suited up, and taken on anybody tonight after hearing him. I'd like to think that I could have been a great athlete. As a little kid, I dreamed of quarterbacking the Dallas Cowboys to a Super Bowl. These days, I don't think anybody will ever do that again. And I told Sid before the speech, I knew he was going to light the place up, but I said, Sid, your problem is you just don't have any enthusiasm. This is at the point of the program. You've been here for a couple of days. You have an extraordinary speech coming up from Mark Levin, who's one of the most amazing, brilliant people on the planet. When I was governor and we used to go to these events that had a lot of speakers, sometimes we would say, everything that needs to be said has been said, but not everybody has said it yet. So that's where I am on this particular program, I'm pretty sure. When I got to Israel, the first thing that I did as ambassador sent by President Trump was to take a prayer that he had handwritten, given to me, and I brought it on his behalf and took it to the Kotel because I didn't think of anything that would be more important in becoming his representative and that of the United States than taking a prayer for the peace of Jerusalem to the Kotel, placing it in the wall on behalf of the American people. And that is how I started my tenure. I'm proud of the president for doing some things immediately when he was sworn in. He reversed a lot of the ridiculous policies of the previous administration, one of which was to not give Israel the necessary tools to fight a war against the worst savages that we have seen, not just in our century, but perhaps in human history, because they did not grow up in a tribal world without the possibility of an education. They did the most awful things to other human beings, and not only did they do it with a sense of mission and purpose, but they were actually proud of it and called back home to boast to their parents that they had murdered Jews. I think all of you know I'm not Jewish. I can't pretend that I'm one of you, but I can tell you with heart that when Sid said, we don't have any friends, I wanted to stand up and say, well, you got at least one in this room, and it's me. Some folks have said that I'm supposed to make a policy speech, but you must understand how I feel about policy. I believe that policy is not so much what's on the paper. Policy is how we treat people. That's policy. And I'm convinced today that what the world needs is a real dose of understanding what people are up against who live in this, the most contested piece of real estate on God's entire planet. Today I was driving to the embassy, and there's a massive billboard with the pictures of all the hostages. We came to a stoplight, and I just looked at that for a while. And I realized this is not just a wall of hostages. These are sons and daughters and mothers and grandmothers and little children. And these were the targets that Hamas decided to go after. Not a military target, civilians, pregnant women, little babies, elderly people, disabled people. Who does that? People who are evil, that's who. This is not a geopolitical struggle, the left versus the right, the liberal versus the conservative. This is a vertical battle between heaven and hell, between good and evil, between light and darkness. And one of the reasons that I am so grateful to God to be here is to make sure that not just here in Israel, but across the world, people understand that the United States of America and President Trump stands for good and not evil, and that's why he has made it very clear that Hamas has no future in Gaza or anywhere else on this earth. People ask me, what's your primary objective being here? Well, the first thing is, let's get the hostages home, and let's get them home now, every last one of them. The president's made it very clear. He's given to every ambassador the simple instructions of do what we do to make America stronger, to make it safer, and to make it more prosperous. I want Americans to understand that our relationship with our ally Israel is not a one-way street. It is not that Israel benefits so greatly because of its relationship to America. It is also that America benefits greatly from its relationship to Israel. We are the beneficiary. What we do in so many ways is paltry compared to the many ways in which we are able to share military technology, that we're able to share intelligence that saves the lives of Americans. But then there are the more practical things, the medical advancements that were created right here in Israel that has saved the lives of thousands of Americans, including many of our own relatives. But Americans don't realize that. They think we invented everything. We didn't. More Nobel Prize winners for science in Israel than any other place on earth as a country, in this tiny little country. But we benefit from the technology. I tell Americans all the time, do you like a cell phone? Thank Israel for that. You wouldn't have one without them. Agricultural innovation, nobody's done it like Israel. There was an Israeli farmer, he bought a piece of land down in the Negev. It was absolutely worthless. It was dirt, it was rock, there was nothing there. It was pathetic. Like the Israel that I saw 52 years ago when I first came. And he worked that land, he worked it hard, and he created something special through drip irrigation and the technologies that Israel has created. And one day, 5 years after he'd been there, he was actually growing fruits and vegetables. One day his rabbi came out to him and said, "Oh, my son, what you and God have done with this piece of land." And the farmer wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "Yeah, Rabbi, you should have seen it when God had it all by himself." It's a great reminder that, yes, I believe that Israel is a chosen place for a chosen people, for a chosen purpose. And I say that not because I'm Jewish, I say it because it's true. And I affirm that which has been the truth for 3,500 years. This is his land. And I realize there are a lot of people who don't want to get into the spiritual side of things and just sort of dismiss that. But folks, there is no explanation for the United States of America other than that there was a God who intervened on behalf of those incredible colonialists who truly thought that it was better to die than it was to live as slaves and under a tyranny. And people don't sometimes fully understand that one of the reasons that our alliance is so strong is that it's not political, it is spiritual, because the only explanation for the creation and the survival and the victory of Israel is that God's hand is upon this land, and it always will be. Let us never doubt that. On March the 23rd, I spoke to the Israel Heritage Foundation in New York, and during the course of my remarks, I mentioned that my wife and I both grew up in a little town called Hope, Arkansas. Don't know if you've ever heard of Hope before. Someone else was born there, but he moved away when he was 5. My family didn't have enough money to leave. We were there. If he were here tonight, he would say, I believe in a place called hope. But we grew up in Hope, Arkansas, and I mentioned that. And during the course of the dinner, Janet and I met a remarkable man named Louis Haar, who spent 129 days as a hostage in Gaza at the hands of Hamas. When he went in, he weighed 187 pounds. When he came out 129 days later, he weighed 150 pounds. Sometimes the showering was a cold bucket of water that 5 people had to share with a tiny scrap of soap. And they got to do that every 2 weeks. They were treated horribly. They were starved. But the amazing thing about Louis Haar was that it did not destroy him. It made him more determined. Last Thursday night, I was at an event at the Forest of the Martyrs, and a gentleman came up. He had a cap and sunglasses on. Neither Janet nor I recognized him at first. He took the sunglasses off, and I realized it was Louis. 1 month before, we had seen him. In New York, he had heard that we were from Hope. He took a necklace off of his neck, and he put it around my wife's neck. It was a simple necklace that in Hebrew spelled hope, Hatikva. He gave it to my wife. She's wearing it tonight, and she wears it every single day, not because it's our hometown, because it represents everything that Louis Haar endured for the people of Israel. Louis Haar, we saw him last week. What an incredible joy to reunite with this person who understands that to be Jewish is to be a target. When I tell people I pray for the peace of Jerusalem, I don't do it because I'm supposed to, or it's a slogan. I do it because I really believe that if there were a time in all of human history that a people deserved security and safety and sovereignty over the land that God gave them 3,500 years ago when he gave the title deed to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. If there ever was a time that the city of Jerusalem should be absolutely recognized as the indisputable, undivided capital of the Jewish people, it is now. And I'm glad Donald Trump, the president, admitted and acknowledged that. Just last night, I was at an event with the American Association of Americans and Canadians for Israel. I met David Lubin. David was actually born in Turl, Arkansas, which nobody's ever heard of. Even the people in Turl have never heard of Turl, Arkansas. His family later moved to Memphis and then to Atlanta. He had a daughter named Rose, and when she was 5 years old, they made their first trip to Israel. Rose was so captivated by Israel, kind of like I was when I was 17. Rose was Jewish. And Rose refused to get on the airplane to come back to America at 5 years old. And her parents finally had to convince her, you've got to come back. We'll bring you back, we promise. And that's the only way they got her on the plane. From that point on, Rose said, I'm going to go to Israel. I'm going to live in Israel. And that was what she told her classmates all the way through her life. At age 18, she came to Israel. She made Aliyah. She joined the IDF. And on the day of October the 7th, she happened to be at a kibbutz at Sayad and was called upon to help defend that kibbutz as the Hamas terrorists came and overran it. Miraculously, she lived through that day, saving the lives of dozens. She went back to her job at the IDF and was working in the old city of Jerusalem when she was stabbed by a 16-year-old terrorist and died from her wounds. When I met her father, I just hugged him. And I said, no father should have to go through that. When she had her bat mitzvah, she made a remarkable statement. She said, there will be a time when I won't exist in this world. I will do something great for the world. That's what she said at her bat mitzvah. She said, I won't wait for the world to do something great for me. For Louis Haar, for Rose, for every Jewish mother who tonight will put their babies to bed and tuck them in and pray the siren doesn't go off so that they have to rush them to safety and shelter. I pray that we won't wait for the world to do something great, that we will do something great for the world and bring peace to Israel and peace to the Jewish people. I love you. I thank you. I stand with you, and God bless you all. Thank you very, very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in another round of applause for Ambassador Huckabee. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. We know what a difficult process it was for you to get confirmed and arrive in Israel in time for this JNS International Policy Summit, and we are glad that you're here. You are among friends, and if you don't mind, let's please sit down for a few minutes to drill down further on American policies and the special focus on U.S.-Israel relations. Please take your seats, everyone. With every U.S. administration comes a change, and that change includes a change in U.S.-Israel relations. We all know that there were particularly difficult moments in the months after October 7th, and from then until the elections and the change of administrations. Different leaders had different views, yet today there is a new, familiar and friendly face in the White House. We are so honored, so pleased, so excited, so elated with the re-election of Donald Trump, which provides a critical opportunity to reset relations between Israel and its most important ally, the United States. Let's welcome now, for an important discussion, JNS Editor-in-Chief Jonathan Tobin, in conversation with Eugene Kantorovich, as well as with Michael Makovsky, President and CEO of the Jewish Institute for National Security Affairs, who flew in special for tonight, Sarah Stern, founder and president of the Endowment for Middle East Truth. Please welcome JNS Editor-in-Chief Jonathan Tobin, who will lead this discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon. That was a wonderful speech by Ambassador Huckabee. wasn't it? And now we have a panel of, we have a wonderful panel of people to talk about the changing administrations. And wait a minute, is Norm coming, by the way? Let me introduce some of our panelists. Sarah Stern, who's the founder and president of the Endowment for Middle East Truth, EMET, important pro-Israel organization. We have Michael Makovsky of... Sorry. Yeah. It's confusing the mics. Michael Makovsky of JINSA, the Jewish Institute for National Security Affairs, and Eugene Kontorovich of the George Mason University Law School and the Kohelet Law Forum and Heritage. So let me start. I'll ask you, I'll start with you, Mike. That mic, not this mic. And we'll have the other panelists chime in as they like. There's no question that Trump 2.0 represents a major shift in U.S.-Israel relations, and for the better. What do you think are the most important ways that this was going to be felt as we go forward? I think it should be on.
Okay. First of all, I just want to say I apologize for my attire. My flight was late, missed the connection. The luggage hasn't arrived yet. So
we've all been there.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure. I was about to say, I'm sure it's never happened to any of you, but it's a little more embarrassing now. So how does Trump 2.0 differ?
How is this going to be felt, you think?
Well,
aside from atmospherics,
right.
In terms of politics.
Look, obviously on certain things it's been night and day with Biden. Until the other day, you didn't have President Trump even talking about humanitarian concerns about Gaza, how many trucks were coming in into Gaza. That's been obviously extremely positive. The support, the discussion or non-discussion about or non-insistence on a Palestinian state now has been another obvious change, been a lot more support. I will say, and maybe there's something that we'll talk about, and obviously President Trump, and certainly based on his first term, is, extremely pro-Israel. And the base of the Republican Party right now is much more pro-Israel, obviously, than the base of the Democratic Party. However, I do have some concerns whether we are going to see a big difference. And the biggest concern right now is on Iran.
Right.
And I don't know if you want me to discuss that right now or
well,
not.
let me get to Iran in a minute.
But that's my biggest concern right now with the Trump administration, actually.
Yeah.
If I could say one thing?
Sure, go ahead.
One ad thing, and we all talk about politics, and I know we're going to talk about the administration, but I think we shouldn't forget the one thing you've seen a change, and I think it precedes a bit with Biden, but it really starts, I think, at the end of the Trump administration that doesn't get enough attention, and that is the U.S. military relationship with the IDF. And while I think that's gotten stronger over the last few years, I think a pivotal development was something actually that my organization, JINSA, alone pushed for, which was Israel being put in the area of responsibility of the U.S. Central Command, Mideast Command. President Trump approved that in January of 2021, and I have to say that has been a game changer. And even the Israelis, when you talk to the IDF, and I started talking to them about this, I don't know, 7, 8 years ago, they didn't understand how important it was. But if you talk to any IDF general, even before October 7th, they would tell you it's been a game changer about how it's brought the two militaries working closer together. And we saw this last year, especially in April of a year ago when the Iranians fired missiles and drones to Israel. And the two militaries and the Arab countries worked together to protect their Israeli airspace. And I think Trump deserves a lot of credit for approving that. And I think it's had a momentous change in the bilateral relationship. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
I think that's a fair point. Sarah?
First of all, before I begin, I want to thank you, Jonathan Tobin, you've been an amazing, amazing editor and a phenomenal writer. I want to thank my dear friends Richard and Phyllis Heidemann for putting this all together. Josh Katzen and his wife Amelia, I can't thank you enough for everything you do for JNS. And my wonderful husband out there, Buddy Stern.
Okay.
And I want to begin by saying the choices that we had last November were pretty stark. If Kamala Harris would have been elected, I am sure that by now we would have had the talks of a Palestinian state, if not Palestinian statehood. And the atmospherics, I think, are very, very important. I also have concerns about where we're going in the Iranian nuclear negotiations, which we'll get into. But considering what choices we had, I think that we are far better off with Donald Trump in the White House than we could have ever been with Kamala Harris as the president.
Well,
when things are bad, you feel them intensely. And then when they get good, you forget that it was ever bad and you forget what the bad felt like. So the Biden administration did one of the, I think, most hostile actions any U.S. administration has taken by sanctioning Israeli citizens, creating a sanctions program aimed solely at a democratic ally, the only one of its kind that threatened to essentially put Israel in the category of Libya and North Korea. It got very little attention. They even sanctioned, unconstitutionally, I would say, and I'm involved in representing these people, U.S. citizens who are not allowed to sanction under foreign sanctions laws. Many senators came to visit them and hear about their plight. No, actually none. President Trump lifted those sanctions on day one. Instead, he implemented sanctions on the International Criminal Court. Those sanctions, I believe, need to be extended and deepened, because if the ICC survives the Trump term, they're going to turn around and sanction people in the Trump administration, because the enemies of Israel are also the enemies of America. This is not a favor to Prime Minister Netanyahu. The indictments, the warrants against the Israeli government are a trial run at whether you can indict leaders of a democratic state and, colluding with the deep state apparatus of that state, bring down a democracy, and that will for sure be they prosecuted him in state court, they prosecuted him in federal court, for sure they're going to try international court. That is crucial. Just last week, the Justice Department reversed a position of the Biden administration. The Biden administration said if a country sponsors terror, and like Iran, you can sue them. But the Justice Department under Biden said if UNRWA sponsors terror, in fact becomes a terror organization, American victims cannot get justice from them in court. The Trump administration just reversed that position, and hopefully they'll codify that in law in a bill introduced by Senator Cruz, the Libel Act.
That's an excellent point. Let me turn to Iran, because I know we're all eager to talk about it. Now, the one thing, perhaps the one issue on which the Trump 2.0 administration is not speaking with one voice, because in the first administration there was lots of civil war in the Trump White House. Right now they're kind of all on the same page, with the exception of Iran, and now we have all the symptoms of such dissension, with like leaks to the New York Times and a debate. Where do each of you think this is going to come down? Now, you can argue that Trump has earned some trust from the pro-Israel community and from Israel, but where is this heading? What does it mean? Mike, why don't you start?
Okay. By the way, I did want to acknowledge Josh Katzen, who's my daughter Sophia's favorite board member of JNS, and also one of my favorite board members. So, Josh, thank you. It's a good question. I hope to learn a little more while I'm in Israel in the next few days. It's very concerning, I'm sure, for all of us. I think the president's instincts are often very good. Look how he's handled the Houthis. I think that Houthi story deserves just a second for all those who read the transcript of the article about that Signalgate that discussion, you had a whole administration, you had all these senior officials debating what to do until senior official Miller says, well, the president already gave a green light. And that was the end of it. Yeah. If I was the president of the United States and I said to do something, and then I got all my senior officials arguing about whether we should do it, personally, I'd be pretty furious about it.
That's an important point because unlike in the previous administration, which we were talking about contrast, there is only one person who really counts in this administration, isn't it? Isn't that the truth?
Yeah, and I think I give Trump's instincts on this with the Houthis, obviously after Biden did almost absolutely nothing. We're correct, and I give the president a lot of credit. That said, and I think it was a good warning shot for the Iranians. However, it does seem, as we see in that discussion and the New York Times article that you mentioned, there is a division within this administration between the so-called restrainers and maybe we would call them more traditional Republicans or Reaganite Republicans or whatever you want to call them, Rubio and Waltz and so on. Right now, and then you have Witkoff, who I think we could all argue, even if he had spent decades studying all these different issues, would be tested to deal with Russia and Iran and Gaza, and we all know that he hasn't spent decades studying any of these issues.
But he has had a lot of dealings with Qatar.
Yes, and he's had a lot of dealings with Qatar, and you're right, and he's been extremely effusive in his praise.
They've been extremely generous with him.
Yes, very much so. They've been very generous with him. And by the way, there's another issue. We talk about Turkey, but that's another concern I would say about this administration. But they're related to Qatar. I do think on the Iran thing, I've thought for months that Israel was going to attack this spring. And that New York Times article seemed to suggest that. I do think we don't know. It's possible that God will harden Pharaoh's heart here and make the Iranian demands just too much for this administration to bear. I think that Israel, I think the fundamentals, my own gut is, and I don't have inside information about this, but I think the fundamentals are the same, which is that Israel, it's going to be a tough one, conversation with the president, but they have no choice, I think, to act alone. I think people shouldn't forget the leverage that the administration has going into these talks has been created by Israel and Israeli blood, not by the United States. And while I give Trump credit for putting maximum pressure, that has absolutely almost no impact in the short term on the negotiation. Yes, the Iranians have to worry about the economy, but this is about what Israel did on the field since Rafah last year, and they've set the table. And I think given that and how existential this is, and the issue for Israel, I think, it's not about weaponization and how close Iran is to weaponization. The question is opportunity for Israel to strike, and that opportunity, I think, is now. And I think if Israel decides that things are getting out of hand in Oman or wherever the talks are going to be, I think they're going to have a conversation with Trump, and they're going to have to say we're going to have to act. And I think it's going to put the president, I think, in a tough position because it's possible that on this issue, unlike many other issues like tariffs and so on, you might have Republicans in Congress that might have to actually stand up and disagree with the president. And then you have other parts of the Republican base, like the evangelicals, that might also. So I think it's a complicated situation, but my feeling in short is I think Israel has no choice to act in its own national interest, and that might be right now, even that if that creates a little friction with President Trump.
I want to have one more question to get to, so I'll just briefly, from both you, Sarah, and you, Eugene, just give us a little bit more about this issue. And let me just quickly, Sarah, you're in Washington all the time. This isn't an pro-Israel, anti-Israel debate within the Trump administration. It's about something very difficult about philosophy.
Right.
So why don't you give us a little bit on that?
You know, there are various strands of the Republican Party, and unfortunately there are the Tucker Carlsons of the Republican Party, this neo-isolationist trend. which is very scary. I did not like the April 17th leak to the New York Times. Whoever did that, I think, was a traitor within the White House. These things have to be, as we say here in Israel, arba anayim, 4 eyes. None of this. This is supposed to be highly classified. I just want to say before I go on, there's one person I should be thanking, Alex Trayman, and his wonderful wife, Sippy. But they are the best. I don't know if they're in the room, but I love them. But there's also another expression in Hebrew, and that's if you're not at the table, you are on the table. And we, the Israelis, have not been at the table during these talks. There is a story in today's Al Jazeera how the Israelis are disrupting the talks between the Iranians and the United States. Of course, we're always to be blamed because what we are doing is fighting our own war for our own very survival. And we have to be at the table, and we have to be informing the United States and listening to the United States. But, of course, you know, there's no winning when it comes to being Jewish.
Eugene?
I think it's natural for Israelis to be concerned because so much is at stake, and Iran has made so completely clear their desire to exterminate everyone here. At the same time, not only does President Trump deserve the benefit of the doubt, I think he's going about things in a wise and deliberate manner. It's completely unrealistic to expect a president who also has a domestic agenda, who also has another foreign policy agenda outside of Israel, outside of the Middle East, to begin or tolerate a serious military confrontation in his first 100 days in office. He's being deliberate. He is checking the boxes. He's making sure he's gone through the process and can speak to all wings of his party and explain that he's had no choice. I think he has every reason to be trusted in this endeavor. At the same time, I think it's important, as we discuss these issues, too often Israel policy bears the weight of carrying on its back all good things for America and for the West. As I mentioned before, for example, you know, the ICC is not just bad for Israel, it's bad for the United States. And I think it's important to explain to American audiences that an Iranian or nuclear Iran is not just a problem for Israel. It is a problem for the United States. It is the end of an era for the United States. We were talking about attacking the Houthis. Forget about attacking the Houthis. America's going to be paying tribute to the Houthis, like they did to the Barbary pirates every time a ship passes through past the Gulf.
Which is why the U.S. Navy was founded.
Exactly, which is why the U.S. Navy was founded. It will be out of business, and that is why it is a core, essential U.S. interest. Israel is just the first to feel the effects, but it will be felt much beyond Israel.
Let me, as our time is supposedly running out, but we have one more question that we have to get to. We're talking about a transition from an administration that wasn't so friendly to one that is friendly. But we have to also talk about what happens in the future and the changes within the Democratic Party as perhaps AOC and, you know, takes up the torch from Bernie Sanders and the old cult of the bipartisan consensus seems even more in the past. Can it survive? Can it be revived? And what does a Democratic Party that has drifted very far to the left, while the Republicans have become kind of the, you know, the two parties have exchanged identities, what does that portend for the future? Each of you, just a minute.
First?
Okay.
So it would be very nice if the Democrats jettison their AOC wing and come back to the center and become actually a pro-Israel party, as they have been for much of their history. We should not count on that. We should not make our plans based on that. And that is why we have a 4-year window in which we need to be looking for policies that lock in change. That's why it's important to get rid of, to sanction the ICC out of existence, to pass the Liable Act that will allow UNRWA to be bankrupted, that will allow other problematic UN agencies to be bankrupted, to quit problematic UN agencies like UNESCO and burn the ships behind you, right, like Cortez did. And we need to be looking for policies that lock in change, not just give us a four-year vacation.
Okay. I have to say, to be very honest, that I'm very worried. We might have a 2-year window to get a lot accomplished in Congress. I'm very afraid that the Democrats might take the House, might take the Senate. we have a lot of work to do. We have to roll up our sleeves, educate members and educate our own community, be thankful to our wonderful evangelical Christian friends that have really helped put Trump in the White House and have helped the Republican Party to grow. And I'm looking at you, Tommy Waller, who's amazing, and all of our wonderful Republicans out there, but we really have got to work hard.
If you don't mind, I just want to say something about the Republican Party, because I don't really have a difference. I'm pretty despondent about the Democratic Party. But on the Republican Party, I think, you know, when we talk about the long term, look, you know, Sarah mentioned Tucker Carlson. Obviously, we're concerned about this. I think a lot of the long term might depend on the short term. What I mean by that is, if Trump's policy, I mean, you could play this out in so many different ways. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, he cuts a bad deal with Iran. The Israelis act. There's a regional war. You know, that could have an impact on how the Republicans think. If, on the other hand, he doesn't cut a bad deal, but he works with the Israelis, or at least supports an Israeli attack, and it's perceived as successful, that's also going to have an impact on how the Republican Party thinks. So I think I think how successful President Trump is going to have an impact about where the direction of the party goes. But what my hope is, obviously, is that the party sees that, and I'll add one other point, that my hope is that the party will see that working with our close allies is good for the United States. You know, I'm sure Sarah finds this in Washington, or maybe you do as well. You know, I remember I was thinking, I met this one Republican senator last year. I'd say I'm more on the isolationist wing of the party. He didn't like one foreigner, white, black, green, whatever color that country is made of, except Israel. And I just worry how long it is till people like that say, you know, I'm not so sure I like the Israelis too much either. Now, obviously, Israel has a special place, I think, in the Republican heart, partly for all sorts of reasons, the commonality and strategic interests, the evangelicals, and so on. But my hope is that if President Trump could be some internationalist, work with close allies like Israel, and that is perceived in the Republican Party as successful, I think that will be very good. But we'll have to see how this plays out, because it's going to affect the long term, is how President Trump does in the short term.
We'll still probably be talking about this at next year's, God willing,
good.
Summit. Thank you to our panel for a great discussion. Thanks to all of you for being here and being part of this great event.
Thank you very much to our panel. Thank you very much. Founded in 1897, the Zionist Organization of America was the country's first Zionist organization. Morton Klein, as national president of ZOA, has not only been a staunch defender of Israel and the Jewish people, he has been a leader in fighting against all forms of anti-Semitism and speaking out strongly on behalf of Jewish rights, on behalf of Israel, and on behalf of all of our people. He further speaks out strongly on the right of the Jewish people to be settled in our historic Jewish lands, our ancestral Jewish lands. Please welcome Morton Klein.
Thank you so much, Richard. There's not much time, so I want to get right into it. The Arabs, let me just see what time it is. The Arabs have gained growing support in America on college campuses throughout the world by demonizing Israel, lying about Israel with ugly propaganda lies. It is high time that Israeli leaders, Jewish leaders, and rabbis start to tell the truth of the Arab-Islamic war against Israel. They're not doing so. They have to do it. Only this week on Wednesday, Abbas publicly said that Jerusalem is not holy to Jews. Their temple is in Yemen. It is not in Jerusalem. What's the truth about Jerusalem? It's been the capital of Israel under King David 3,000 years ago. Never been the capital of any nation except Israel. When the Arabs conquered Palestine in 716, they made Ramla their capital, not Jerusalem. And remember, it's called the Temple Mount, not the Mosque Mount. That's where our temple existed. That's why it's called the Temple Mount. The majority of people living in Jerusalem since the mid-1800s have been Jews since the mid-1800s. The Jewish holy books mention Jerusalem 700 times. It's never, ever mentioned in the Quran. Between 48 and 67, when the Arabs controlled Jerusalem, it was a slum. There was virtually no water, electricity, or plumbing. They destroyed 58 Jewish synagogues. No Arab leader visited Jerusalem from 48 to 67 except the Jordanian leaders. If it's so holy, why didn't they visit that place? Because Jerusalem is not holy to Muslims. Put Jerusalem off the table. It's not theirs, never has been. Also, they scream about occupation. Is there really an occupation? Occupation means you stole someone else's sovereign land. In 1917, the British had sovereignty over Judea and Samaria, Israel proper, and Gaza, Jerusalem, and more. They created a mandate to give this land to the Jews legally, and there's many, many treaties saying this land has been legally given to the Jews. 40% of Judea and Samaria has been given over control to the Arabs, 100% of Gaza. 99% of the Arabs live in those areas. There is no occupation. They have their own parliament, schools, textbooks, newspapers, radio, TV, businesses, and police force. There is no occupation. We have to stop saying that. The apartheid slur, of course there's no apartheid. For God's sakes, we should be screaming about it. 10% of the Knesset are Arab members. They're Arab judges, Arab teachers. 20% of the students at University of Haifa are Arabs, 10% of the faculty. There is no apartheid. It's nothing like South Africa. It's nonsense. They have every right of the Jewish people. And Mahmoud Abbas, they keep stating what a moderate man of peace he is. Is he really? Not only is he a Holocaust denier, but he says no Jew should be allowed to live in a future Palestinian state. He pays pensions, lifetime pensions to Arabs to murder Jews. And the more Jews an Arab murders, the higher their lifetime pension. If an Arab dies killing a Jew, their family gets a lifetime pension. He names schools, streets, and sports teams after Jew killers. This is not a moderate, this is a monster. This, if you can see this is the emblem of the Fatah, of the Palestinian Authority. You can see all of the shape of Israel with the keffiyeh over all of it, with a picture of Arafat and a rifle. This is not a moderate. We have to be showing these sorts of things to everyone. When I show it on campuses, they are shocked about the truth of this situation. They say now, of course, a Palestinian state will solve it. Just give them a state already. They offered them a state 8 times, Israel did in the last 80 years. 4 times in the last 20 years. They turned it down every time because there's a clause in every deal that says we accept Israel as a Jewish state. They won't sign it. And that's why there hasn't been a state, even though, frankly, it's been offered. The Jews in the world must understand that this Arab-Islamic war against the Jews and the U.S. is not about land or a state. It is a religious war. Islam makes it clear that non-Muslims cannot have sovereignty in their midst, and that's what this war is about. Land will not make a difference. I will end, because there's very little time, with a song. With a song by a guy named Robert Zimmerman. Robert Zimmerman changed his name to Bob Dylan. The song is called Neighborhood Bully. It's in the Diaspora in Tel Aviv, the lyrics in this song. This is a Nobel Prize winner in literature, Bob Dylan, who wrote this song called Neighborhood Bully. Neighborhood bully is a sarcastic term referring to Israel sarcastically. Of course, Israel's not the bully. I'm going to end this with his song, Bob Dylan. Well, the neighborhood bully, remember that's Israel. He's just one man. His enemies say he's on their land. They got him outnumbered about 1,000,000 to 1. He's got no place to escape to, no place to run. He's a neighborhood bully. The neighborhood bully just lives to survive. He's criticized and condemned just for being alive. He's not supposed to fight back. He's supposed to have thick skin. He's supposed to lay down and die when his door is kicked in. He's a neighborhood bully. The neighborhood bully's been driven out of every land. He's wandered the earth an exiled man. He's seen his family scattered, his people hounded and torn. He's always on trial just for being born. He's the neighborhood bully. Well, he knocked out an Arab lynch mob. He was criticized. Everyone condemned him, said he should apologize. Then he destroyed an Arab bomb factory. Nobody was glad. The bombs were meant for him. He was supposed to feel bad. He's a neighborhood bully. Well, the chances are against it, the odds are slim, that he'll live by the rules that the world makes for him, because there's a noose at his neck and a gun at his back, and a license to kill him is given out to every maniac. He's a neighborhood bully. Well, he's surrounded by Arab pacifists. They all want peace. They pray for it nightly, that the bloodshed must cease. Now, they wouldn't hurt a fly. To hurt one, they would weep. They lay in their wait for this bully to fall asleep. He's a neighborhood bully. Every empire that's enslaved him is gone. Egypt and Rome, even the great Babylon. He's made a garden of paradise in the desert sand, in bed with nobody, under no one's command. He's a neighborhood bully. His holiest books have been trampled upon. No contract he signed was worth what it is written on. He took the crumbs of the world, turned it into wealth, took sickness and disease, medical research, and turned it into health. He's the neighborhood bully. Bob Dylan wrote this in 1983. He understands the nonsense of the Arab-Islamic war against the Jewish people. So I'll end by simply saying, be strong, be not afraid, for God is with us. Our holy Torah promises that we are an eternal people, and that Israel is the eternal homeland of the Jewish people, never to be destroyed, and so it has been, so it will continue to be. The cause of Israel is moral and just. We must speak out with courage. Truth, justice, and God are on our side. With your help, with the help and strength and the will of the Israeli people and the Israeli Defense Forces, and with the help of Almighty God, new miracles will be not foreseen, will happen to make things work out the way we want it to work out. And the people of Israel shall dwell in their holy land for eternity. We will prevail. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Mort. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and welcome Israeli Minister of Strategic Affairs, Ambassador Ron Dermer.
I think you guys all know this, but I think that Israel has no greater diplomat in the country than Minister Ron Dermer. One of the most trusted advisors of Prime Minister Netanyahu. He served as ambassador to the United States for 8 years, an incredible amount of time. You worked through several administrations, and we don't have time to list all of the accomplishments. But I would like to mention one because Ron, to his credit, can I call you Ron? Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Only if I can call you Mr. Trayman.
You can call me Alex. Ron helped, not helped. The Abraham Accords would not be today if Ron was not brokering them while he was in Washington. I think everybody needs to know that, and everybody needs to give Ron, or Minister Dermer, Minister Dermer, a round of applause.
Well, and I think the credit also mostly goes to President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu, and Mohammed bin Zayed. I think they're the ones, they're the leaders who have to make the decisions. We can just bring it to a point where they can make that decision.
And now you've been thrust into this position where you're the Minister of Strategic Affairs. Then you found yourself on the War Cabinet and how do you call it? A witness to the War Cabinet. Observer to the War Cabinet. And now you've also found yourself at the head of several very, very sensitive negotiations. Now,
President Trump recently stated that the state of Israel and the United States are on the same side of every issue. And I know that you work very, very hard to make sure that the President of the United States could make a statement like that. And yet we see right now that the United States is engaged in negotiations with Iran on its nuclear program. And so the question is, how aligned are Israel and the United States with regard to these negotiations?
So I think first let me congratulate you, Mr. Trayman, and JNS for the terrific event that you've put together. I heard you had some pretty serious speakers, including the man himself, Prime Minister Netanyahu, yesterday. And I see a lot of friends, old friends, who are here, so thank you for coming to Israel. Look, you never want to have daylight with the United States if you can afford not to have daylight. I think there was one time a statement was made that daylight could be a good thing. It's not. It's never a good thing because it sends a message to Israel's friends and Israel's enemies when we are aligned with the United States. So you always work to get your governments as aligned as possible. And I did that when I was ambassador with both. I was the second term of the Obama administration and also the first term, now we can say the first term of the Trump administration. And you never want to have a public disagreement. It's never in your interest unless you have a vital national interest where sometimes you have to air that. Otherwise, you try to resolve these things behind the scenes. And I think in Trump's first term, that's exactly what happened. It doesn't mean that we were 100% aligned on everything, but on the big issues, we were aligned. You remember at the beginning of Trump's first term where there was a question, is he going to withdraw from the nuclear deal with Iran or is he not? It took 1.5 years for him to withdraw, but he said he was going to withdraw, and he did withdraw. And it was a great thing that he did because that deal would have enabled Iran not to sneak in or break in to the nuclear club, but simply to walk in. And I'm deeply grateful, besides the decisions on Jerusalem, recognizing Jerusalem as Israel's capital, recognizing Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, the Abraham Accords, Israel's deeply grateful for President Trump's decision to walk away from what was a very bad deal. And I have a lot of confidence that President Trump would walk away from a bad deal today, just as he walked away from a bad deal then. And I think he's been very clear. Iran's never going to have a nuclear weapon. And I think what that means for me as a president, it's not just about his 4 years in office. It's about ensuring that Iran can never get a nuclear weapon. And Iran, I don't have to remind this audience, they're a regime that calls and works for the destruction of Israel, leads their own people in chance of death to Israel and death to America. So I'm confident with him in the White House that he's not going to go for a bad deal. He's made clear what a good deal would look like, where they can actually dismantle their enrichment program. And we'll just have to wait and see how these talks pan out. But he said it's very clear. We're either going to achieve it this way or we're going to achieve it that way. And I think we're working very, very closely together to make sure that happens.
Is Israel prepared to strike at Iran's military facilities by itself if the United States is not willing to participate with it at a certain point?
Look, I'm not going to talk about operational issues. The Prime Minister of Israel has made very clear. I've been by his side for now 25 years. 25 years. I don't know if my wife is going to appreciate that applause, but it's 25 years. And actually, our first meeting that we had, he asked me a question. He said, would you work with me to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons? He was a former prime minister at that time. You know, I didn't go to him when he was rising up. He had been a former prime minister. I met him. He understood this danger. He understood this threat. And people say to me, yeah, but he's been talking about this for 25 years. Well, he hasn't just been talking about it. He's been acting against it. Had it not been for Prime Minister Netanyahu, Iran would have nuclear weapons a long time ago. What he has done, both in mobilizing the world and raising international awareness about this problem, but also the actions that Israel has taken, sometimes by itself, sometimes in coordination with others that I'm not going to get into, has delayed Iran's nuclear program, but it hasn't stopped it. And when the Prime Minister of Israel says he will do whatever he has to do to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons, believe him. Believe him.
I interviewed you together with Fiamma Nierenstein in your office in the defense ministry, actually, at the time in February, just a few months after the war. And even then, you talked about what you would see as a successful negotiations to end the war, which would call for all the hostages to come home, which would call for the exile of Hamas leadership outside of the Gaza Strip, and then for any rebuilding inside the Gaza Strip to be coupled with de-radicalization. Is this still the plan? What is, at this point, the end game with the war in Gaza, and what does Gaza look like on the day after that's signed?
Well, I think it's important to understand that Israelis, they would love to end the war. Every Israeli who has a son or a brother or a nephew or a niece, daughter in the army is going to want to end the war. But that's not the question. The question is, do you end the war with a victory or with a defeat? Do you accept the terms of those who did what they did on October 7th or not? And after October 7th, we had a cabinet meeting, and we set clear goals. And we said we're going to dismantle Hamas's military capability. We're going to end its rule in Gaza. We're going to ensure that Gaza never poses a threat to the state of Israel. And we're going to return all our hostages. That's the goals that we set out, and we intend to achieve them. And for a lot of people, they think you have to choose between those goals. There are people you'll meet in Israel who say, forget about the hostages, just finish the war. And there are people who say, forget about the war, just return the hostages. Well, we're not going to do that. That's not where Prime Minister Netanyahu is. It's not where I am. I think we have to work on achieving those goals, and we've gone pretty far. We haven't finished. And what will happen in the day after Gaza is a lot of discussions we've had behind the scenes. And just because Israel doesn't put out a plan every 5 minutes doesn't mean we're not dealing with it. Most Israeli plans, in fact, almost all Israeli plans, will be dead on arrival just simply because it's an Israeli plan. And that means you want to work with fundamentally and first and foremost the United States of America and then regional partners to get a plan that Israel can live with after Hamas is defeated in Gaza. And that's what we're going to do. I know it's been a long time, and certainly in Israeli terms, it's 1.5 years, but look at where we were a year ago, and look at where we are today. And that's because of, I think, the courage and bravery of Israel's soldiers. I think it's the resilience. I think it's also the resilience of Israel's people. And I think it's also the leadership of Prime Minister Netanyahu, who has stood up to a lot of internal pressures and external pressures. And there were decision-making, and I understand he spoke about that. I didn't have a chance to see his speech. He made a lot of decisions during this war that somebody else might not have made. There's one decision for sure that I don't think anyone else would have made, and that's a decision. Mr. Nasrallah is no more because Prime Minister of Israel, the Prime Minister of Israel is Benjamin Netanyahu. But there were several points, and I was there by his side, so I don't have to read about it in the press. I don't have to hear the whole spin. I know exactly what happened, and I know that he had to stand his ground and lead Israel in a very, very difficult seven-front war, and we're not finished yet. But in horse racing, we're in the backstretch. And we need to get to the home stretch, and we need to finish this war by winning this war.
You mentioned the spin and what you don't have to read in the press, and we recently read in the press that the Americans were leaked a plan that Israel had to strike at the nuclear facilities. And we've talked about this a little bit in the past, but maybe you can just relate to the audience because you really do know all of the details of these issues as they're taking place. What would you say, just as someone that knows the issues and someone that sees what's printed in the press, what percentage of what people are reading the press today do you think is really accurate? And tell me also as a minister, how harmful is it when these things are being released?
Well, obviously everything in JNS is 100% accurate. I must confess I am not a big consumer of the press. I simply don't have time. When I read the press, I don't read it to find out what's going on. I actually read it to find out what people believe is going on.
because most of the time there's a huge gap. I'll just give you an example. There was somebody, one of the hostage families, who said they knew that I had told President Trump that all of the hostages were dead. They knew that. Now, the truth is just the opposite. He thought that all the hostages were dead, and I corrected him. I said, no, I said there's 51 who are alive. This was back in November when I met him at Mar-a-Lago. You see stuff in the press all the time that is false. And people a lot of times make their opinions based on false premises that they have in the press. It happens all the time. And I just had decided a long time ago, I don't have a press advisor in my office, and I don't have a political advisor. You know, I'm not an elected member of the Israeli Knesset. The Prime Minister, as you said, he asked me to join his government after serving for many years as ambassador. I wasn't expecting to join. I found out about it actually when he was at the Knesset podium and announced that I was joining his government. It's a true story, and that was an interesting conversation we had at the Knesset. But right after I was sworn in, my brother, and those of you who don't know, my father was mayor of Miami Beach, a two-term mayor of Miami Beach. Yes, a shout-out to Miami Beach. But I must tell you, all these New Yorkers that have moved down to Miami, when people say they're from Miami, I say, do you like the Dolphins? Because if you like the Dolphins, you're from Miami, and if you're not, you're... Well, my brother was a three-term mayor of Miami Beach. Our father was a two-term mayor. He passed away about 40 years ago, a couple weeks before my bar mitzvah. And after I was sworn in, my brother called me up, and he said to me, wow, Dad would be so proud of you. Think what you've accomplished without a single person voting for you. Okay? So no one's voted for me, which actually, and I'm not looking for anybody's vote. I'm just looking to do the right thing for the country. That's all I'm interested in. And when I see all the stuff that's out there in the press, I made a decision a long time ago. If you start chasing down every false story, you're just going to waste so much time. I just have to keep going ahead, keep doing what I think is right, and hopefully you'll be able to achieve what you want to achieve. And what we want to achieve is to win this war and bring all our hostages home. That's what we want to achieve, and that's what we're working on every day.
I think one of the most unsung accomplishments in the war was with the fall of President Bashar Assad in Syria, and immediately Israel just swooped into action and took out the overwhelming majority of Syria's military capabilities. You know, maybe you can take me a little bit under the hood. What happened? You know, did Israel know that Assad was going to fall? And how did you reach the decision to act immediately the way you did to secure Syria, that it wouldn't be a threat to Israel?
Well, first of all, we did not know, and I don't think Assad knew. And I think even the best intelligence service in the world, if the people who you're looking at and what you're following, if they're clueless, then you're not going to find that out. And I actually don't think the Turks knew or anyone else knew. I think what happened is that Assad's army basically collapsed. And one of the reasons it collapsed is that the real army of Assad was Hezbollah. We took out a huge share of Hezbollah's capabilities. In fact, the entire leadership of Hezbollah, maybe 60–70% of its arsenal of rockets and missiles, we took along the border, and, you know, we destroyed the infrastructure that was pretty massive that it had built along the border. But Hezbollah was in no position to go and defend Assad. And then the Prime Minister made a very important decision when the Iranians were thinking about sending troops in to save him. He made clear that he wasn't going to let that happen. And that's not a simple decision, because you got Russian military bases around there, and that requires a great deal of leadership and determination. And because of those decisions, Mr. Giuliani pushed through and was able to move much faster than I think everybody thought. Now, there are a lot of issues with the new Syrian leadership. One problem that has been resolved, at least temporarily, is the land bridge between Iran and Lebanon has been shut down, because he's also against Hezbollah and he's against Iran. And that was a huge problem. And, you know, one of the things that I did in the government was to advance a ceasefire in Lebanon. And the reason why I believed in the ceasefire in Lebanon, and still do,
is, first of all, we maintain the full freedom of action, and anyone who's not paying attention to that didn't watch the news yesterday or for the last 6 months. We're going to continue to enforce the deal so that Hezbollah cannot rearm itself, cannot just simply rebuild its capabilities. So when they were degraded by a significant amount, you can go in and try to keep going and going and going and going, but the problem is at the end of the day, whatever is left, the real issue is how to prevent that from growing again. And that's, by the way, the reason why Prime Minister Netanyahu thought it was critical to take out Nasrallah, because of the respect for him as a leader and his belief that he was irreplaceable, that actually no matter what we did in Lebanon, even if you left them with 5%, that he was capable enough to rebuild everything back. But without Nasrallah, they're not the same organization. I don't think the Iranians have recovered from Soleimani being gone, and I don't think Hezbollah will recover for many, many years, hopefully never, from Nasrallah being down. But once the major problem when we did the ceasefire, and what happened in Syria happened immediately after the ceasefire, was how are you going to deal with that border between Syria and Lebanon? And temporarily, at least, that border has been shut down, and we have to make sure that it continues to be shut down. But Syria will pose many challenges and many problems, and the Prime Minister made a decision, along with the Defense Minister and the Cabinet, was unanimous about this point, is to immediately go into the separation of forces zone, to go to the strategic point in the Hermon, and then to do something else that hadn't been done in about 80 years, because somebody in the Cabinet said this has never been done, where all of a sudden you take out the Navy and planes and essentially the remaining military hardware, and somebody in the Cabinet said, no, it's never been done. And I think either the Prime Minister asked me or I said it in the Cabinet, and I said, no, it happened 80 years ago. Churchill did it when the Vichy regime of France, he had to sink that fleet to make sure that it didn't go to the Nazis over North Africa. The difference there is I think Churchill, that action cost around 1,200 lives. Our action that day I don't think cost any lives. But when you're dealing, and this is the final point, when you're dealing with Syria or any regime in our region, you have to think about intentions and capabilities. Intentions can change, and you may be wrong. But capabilities are capabilities. So first, make sure that they don't have the capability to harm you, and then we'll see how the diplomacy works itself out.
The Prime Minister has talked a lot about reshaping the Middle East, and if you want to boil it down to two simple pillars, nothing simple, of course. One is to defeat the terrorists, and the second is to strengthen the relations with the moderates. You've been involved in doing both. Looking forward now, 12 months, where do you see Israel? How do you see the future of the Middle East?
12 months from now, the seven-front war that began on October 7th will be over. Israel will have won. And I think you will see many peace agreements that are either have been forged or will be forged in the coming years of President Trump's presidency. He was, in a sense, the father of the Abraham Accords, but I think there are many countries that will want to make a peace with Israel. But the key to that, and this is important to remember, is victory. In the Middle East, when you win, when you're strong, that's what attracts others. And so a lot of people earlier in the war said, you know what, forget about, dealing with Hamas in Gaza. I remember there was a column, it's either Rafah or Riyadh. And before I read that column in the New York Times, a senior White House official told me that about a month before, which goes to tell you where that person's source was. It's Rafah or Riyadh. And I said, no, actually, the road to Riyadh runs through Rafah. And we need to win the war. And if you win the war, that's when you can actually expand the peace. And beyond that, with the Palestinians, I believe people have to understand. You mentioned at the top, I talked about from the beginning of the war, demilitarization and de-radicalization. A lot of people talk about demilitarization, and that's clear. That's preventing their capabilities. If you want to change intentions, you have to have a program of de-radicalization. There are very few moments in history when there might be a possibility for a change. And it's actually in the wake of a war, in the wake of a victory on our side and a defeat on there, where you can perhaps affect a cultural change, an educational change in a society. Saudi Arabia is not the same country today as it was 10 years ago. United Arab Emirates is not the same country as it was 20 years ago. There are changes in the region. It has not happened in Palestinian society. But we saw what happened after victory in World War II in Germany and Japan. You saw that. Now the question is, with partners in the region today, like the Saudis or the Emiratis, can you affect the change? Now, I have not been, we've known each other for several years. I've done a lot of interviews. I've never been Pollyannish about the prospects of peace with the Palestinians. Because while all these diplomats were running around and secretaries of state and peace envoys, I thought it was a farce. Because I'm looking, what is a 6-year-old Palestinian? What are they learning in school? What is a 10-year-old watching on television? Who are the heroes of 15-year-old Palestinians? That, to me, is the barometer of peace. Now, there are people who say you're never going to change that. Let's find some strong man. Let's give him the keys and he'll deal with it. That actually was the mistake of Oslo, more than anything else. And actually, the person who understood it at the time was Natan Sharansky, who said it. He said, a society that just, with no Bagatz and no B'Tselem and no bleeding heart liberals, the Hebrew translation of that, is a society that will be dedicated to our destruction. And one of the most difficult numbers of October 7th is not just the 1,200 who were savagely murdered and the 251 who were taken hostage, but that 85% of Palestinians in Judea and Samaria supported that October 7th attack. That's a hard fact. You can wish it away, or you can get serious, and you can understand we have a deep problem, but we also have a once, in my view, not a generation, in a century opportunity to change the whole trajectory. In the wake of that victory, we should listen to Churchill, be magnanimous in victory, and then link the development of Gaza to the de-radicalization, which is mosques, which is schools, which is the idea of fourth generation so-called refugee camps and everything else. We can do it. It takes time to do it. And you have to have that mentality. Don't try to take shortcuts. It's a once-in-a-century moment. And I remember many years ago I wrote this book with Sharansky about, it wasn't supposed to be called The Case for Democracy, it's The Case for Freedom, the expansion of civil society, and how that can improve the prospects for peace. And like I said, Saudi Arabia today has much greater degrees of freedom in its society. It's not a democracy by any stretch, but look at the status of women in Saudi Arabia compared to what it was once. And I remember when I wrote this book, I spoke to the greatest Middle East historian, named Bernard Lewis, and I asked him, yeah, he deserves a round of applause. The late and truly great Bernard Lewis. And I asked him, listen, I was born and raised in the United States, so I don't think anybody is genetically pre-programmed to not be able to live in freer societies. These things take time. Am I wrong? Has there ever been movements of civil society, of changes in the Arab world? He said, yeah, it happened twice. It happened after World War I and after World War II. After World War I, there was a victory of the United States and its allies. And there were many intellectuals in the Arab world that wanted to move into a different direction. There was one person who did it, was Ataturk in Turkey, who went in a completely different direction. Turkey's very different today, but it went into a different direction for his country. But in the 1920s, another ideology arose, which was fascism. And that also promised the future, and that's how fascism was imported in the Middle East. And then after World War II, there was another victory of the United States. And there were forces within the Middle East that wanted to move in the direction of America. But there was another victor, which was the Soviet Union. And that's how communism made it to the Middle East. In the wake of a victory, there is a chance to effect a change. Now, I know there's many skeptics. And guess what? We may not succeed. But to not try when you have a once-in-a-century moment of a victory in a 7-front war that will come, we have to do it for our children and for our grandchildren to say, at least we tried to put the Israeli-Palestinian whole issue on a completely different track. And when a 6-year-old Palestinian girl goes into school and learns math and science and has dreams of other 6-year-olds in different places, when she comes out of high school and when the friends in her class come out of high school and they think different things than they think today, then you can start talking about envoys and secretaries of state and everything else trying to reach a peace. Our job is to put it on that path.
Minister Ron Dermer, thank you so much for joining us.
Please be seated. Thank you, Minister Dermer. Do you want it, Alex? Why don't you do it? Victoria Coates is a former Deputy National Security Advisor for President Donald J. Trump. In that role, she oversaw the Trump administration's maximum pressure campaign against Iran and initiated the negotiations for the Abraham Accords. She currently serves as Vice President of the Davis Institute for National Security and Foreign Policy at the Heritage Foundation, a strategic partner here at the JNS International Policy Summit. Shh, 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 shh. Please, if I may. When we extended a special invitation to Victoria Coates to join us here in Jerusalem, it took her 1 second to say yes. She is indeed one of us. She is indeed a leader with vision and a determination to see to it that the world becomes a better place, and she believes that American leadership is essential to accomplishing that, and she believes that Israel is indeed America's greatest ally in the world. Please welcome Victoria Coates.
Well, thank you, Richard and Alex and all of the JNS family who have poured their hearts and souls into this extremely timely and productive conference that I have enjoyed very much. And Richard, you make me feel a little bit like Harry Truman there, who always said it took him 11 minutes to recognize Israel and apologized for the delay. We have discussed many interesting subjects, and I'm sure the topic of Iran, which had some very strong words from Prime Minister Netanyahu last night, will also be ably addressed by the Great One himself in a few moments. And as a side note, I am very grateful to proceed and not follow him. So for my purposes here to discuss the content of my recent book, The Battle for the Jewish State, I will note that in the Iranian view of the world, America is the big Satan and Israel is the little Satan. The critical point being that we are both Satan, and Israel is, the critical point being that we are both Satan, and that if we allow the little Satan to be destroyed, they will hardly stop in their pursuit of the big Satan, which is also the case with the broader forces of evil that have activated against Israel after the October 7th attacks, most jarringly on American streets and campuses. This development was particularly disturbing to me as I am the granddaughter of a World War II veteran to whom the battle for the Jewish state is dedicated, and I have yet to read this dedication without crying, for which I apologize. We'll see how I do. It reads, for my grandfather, U.S. Army Captain Howard Allen Downey, who stormed up Utah Beach in the D-Day invasion to liberate Europe from the Third Reich. And for my mother, Ann Downey Gardner, whose namesake anti-aircraft gun, the baby Ann, was hunting Nazis when she was 6 months old. The United States was in that war, and we are in this one as well. That is the reason I subtitled the book, How Israel and America Can Win. The war that was launched against Israel 15 months ago, in fact, targets both of us and so demands American attention. It was important to me that this book be primarily for an American audience and written by an American to answer the questions so many Americans were asking after that terrible day. One, how did we get here? All decent Americans were appalled to find the response to the attacks were not pro-Israel marches, but pro-Hamas riots, and needed to understand that this was not a spontaneous reaction, but rather a long-planned campaign that is an integral part of a larger attack on Western civilization. The second question, and there are only 4, why Israel? Many Americans have never been told why Israel is the key strategic partner of choice in the Middle East, that the relationship has changed and evolved over the last 77 years, and how much we both have gained from it. 3, is there an alternative? Yes, in fact, there are 2, the Palestinians and Iran, and the woeful heritage of failure that has resulted from so many attempts at engagement with them needed to be documented so the same failures will not be attempted again. And 4th and finally, what's next? The book was written before President Trump's re-election, but in anticipation of that happy outcome, as well as a cautionary tale what might have come from a Harris administration. So I laid out some options for the bright future of the U.S.-Israel alliance in the Middle East and beyond. The inescapable conclusion I reached was that even if the U.S. was to abandon Israel to its fate alone and retreat behind our oceans, it wouldn't save us, because the anti-civilization militants are in America already. So it enormously benefits us to both band more firmly together than ever before for our mutual benefit and strength. The Heritage Foundation is committed to doing everything we can to ensure the U.S.-Israel alliance gets to its centennial stronger and more prosperous than ever before. So my book was not produced in a vacuum, but is rather part of a larger effort, including the National Anti-Semitism Task Force that has launched Project Esther, a strategy to combat U.S. domestic anti-Semitism focused on legal and financial consequences for the pro-Hamas networks that quietly activated on October 6th, 2023. Earlier this year, we published the U.S.-Israel Alliance from Special Relationship to Strategic Partnership, which you may have heard made some news in March, and we look forward to discussing this further in both America and Israel. We are also deeply proud that Heritage's first non-US-based senior research fellow, Eugene Kontorovich, joined us in February, and we have recently added Asher Fredman and David Aronson as Jared Kushner's Abraham Accords Peace Institute was incorporated into Heritage as its new home. Thank you. We're excited about it. That is why Heritage is proud to be a U.S. sponsor of this amazing conference, and I'm joined here by my colleagues, Rob Greenway and Daniel Flush, as part of our delegation. They do. We like them too. And I hope going forward, all our Israeli friends will call on Eugene, Asher, and David for collaboration, as well as to consider Heritage's campus in Washington, D.C. as a ready partner as we chart the path forward for additional integration of Israel into the broader region that is so much in our best interests. And I'm proud to announce tonight that in coming months, Heritage will launch our first intern trip to Israel that will bring the best and brightest of the some 160 young people, future conservative leaders in both the public and private sectors, to the Jewish state, and our plan is to make this an annual event. And if you ask the interns, they say it should happen 3 times a year because there are 3 classes of them, and they don't think there should be a selection process. They think that all 160 of them should come. In conclusion, Heritage coincidentally hosted an event on October 23rd, 2023, which was supposed to be on the U.S.-Israel Alliance at 75, and the keynote was given by Ambassador Ronald Lauder. Before October 7th, he had planned an address on a Marshall Plan for the Middle East, about which he has written. But after the attacks, he reconfigured his remarks as a new syllabus for freedom. I was honored he approved a quote from the speech as a blurb to my book. The other quote is from Zev Jabotinsky's The Iron Wall from a century earlier, in which that pioneering Zionist laid out that until Arabs were convinced they couldn't eradicate the Jews, that would always remain their plan A, making negotiating a plan B impossible. Jabotinsky could not be reached to give approval, but I don't think he would mind I used it. In Ambassador Lauder's words, spoken just 2 weeks after October 7th, here is something you must all remember. Throughout history, whatever begins with the Jews never ends with the Jews. We are the canary in the mine shaft. Remember, Hitler went after the Jews first, but when it was all over, more than 60 million human beings were dead and 2 continents destroyed. We are the canaries in the mine shaft, and look around you. The canaries are dying. Take notice. America and freedom of expression are too necessary to let them just disappear in this dangerous wave of radicalism. I will not let this promise for all mankind be destroyed, and I am fighting back. As Ambassador Lauder's fellow Americans, Heritage joins all of you in this battle, a battle that we can, we must, and we will win. Thank you.
I asked Minister Dermer up here what percentage of the articles that you read in the press are true. And Minister Dermer just called me right after he left and said that he saw in Ynet right now, in Yediot Achronot, that the quote is, Minister Dermer says the war will last 12 more months, when I asked him what the future will be in 12 months from now. I think that in a way, it really sums up everything that we're trying to do here, to just present a different narrative, a narrative based on facts, based on truth, based on reality in the ground, instead of trying to impose the reality that we would like to see. And if there's been, among all the fearless warriors that we've had here today, and it's just been dozens and dozens and dozens, and by the way, I think it's just important to point out, the people that you've seen on the stage, this is our ecosystem. We are working with these people day in and day out. Every single person that was on one of these panels, in a plenary, in a forum, these are our partners. We are the media platform at the center of the Pro-Israel ecosystem, and we are working every day to raise up these voices, not just here at this summit. In any case, they say that you save the best for last for a reason. Called The Great One by Sean Hannity, there's perhaps no more brilliant voice in the defense of democracy, both in the United States and in the State of Israel, than Mark Levin. Mark, I think that you have been among the most potent voices in identifying what is wrong in American democracy, how to fix American democracy, and then while you're busy doing that, and that's pretty busy, you've turned a great deal of your focus toward Israel, supporting the Prime Minister, recognizing that the same deep state that is really affecting what's going on in the United States, perhaps we even have a deeper one, this deep shtetl, as it's been called here on the plenary here in Israel. And you've been educating the American people and providing them with, I think, just an education that's unparalleled. And we know that media today is the way you educate people. That's the way people consume information. and you are the professor. You're the great one. A man who truly needs no introduction, our concluding speaker, best-selling author, nationally syndicated radio show host, and the host of Fox's Life, Liberty, and Levin, the one and only Mark Levin.
I got to get a plane to Yemen. I didn't know our capital was in Yemen. First of all, thanks for staying. I've watched as much of this as I can. It's been unbelievable. Really, what a fantastic event that you folks have put on, JNS. I want to wish my pastor, Pastor Hagee, 85 years old, a happy birthday. There's too many friends, Sid, so many friends. Colonel Kemp, sitting there quietly for once. He's got the greatest sense of humor, and everybody else. I just want to say this to all of our enemies, foreign and domestic. We're not going anywhere. You are. And I mean this. I want to start with Iran. Iran is a psycho regime, a terrorist regime that has said openly and repeatedly that they want to destroy the United States and Israel, and they want to obliterate the Jews. And we're supposed to sit back and pretend it's okay if they get a nuclear weapon? You know, the North Koreans pulled this. Republican administration, Democrat administration, one deal after another, one arrangement after another, as they were cheating, as they were getting support from China and Russia and anybody else they could get it from. We subsidized them for 2 years. We fed their people. And one day they said, look what we have. And now they create nuclear weapons like chickens lay eggs. Meanwhile, we demilitarized the Korean Peninsula. The South Koreans had nuclear weapons. They were ours. Now they have none. North Korea has nuclear weapons. 1994, we did another brilliant deal with the Ukrainians. They were to remove their nuclear weapons and give them to the Russians, and we promised we would defend them. The British promised they would defend them, and the Russians promised they would not invade them. How did that turn out? Two countries that had nuclear weapons, that were allies, no longer have nuclear weapons. And then there was Iraq, 1981, Menachem Begin. He knew that one of my heroes, President Reagan, would say no. No, do not hit their nuclear site. So he hit it without telling the United States. He paid the consequences. Reagan later said that he was right, Begin, and Reagan was wrong. Then there was Syria, 2007, 2008. Most of that happened on George Bush's watch, and Israel took that one out too. So as I look at it, we in the United States are 0 for 2. We negotiated with Pakistan, we negotiated with North Korea. They have nuclear weapons. Israel didn't negotiate with anybody. They took out Iraq's nuclear weapons, they took out Syria's, and they were 2 for 0. We might want to listen to them a little bit about how to handle an enemy that seeks to get nuclear weapons. I don't understand the whole mindset of negotiating with terrorists about anything, at any time, in any place. I really don't. You know why they're called terrorists? Because they don't abide by the rules. And so people who want to cut your throat, they're going to sign this piece of paper and they're going to hold to this piece of paper? Based on what ethic are they going to agree to adhere to this piece of paper? None. None. Terrorists don't think like we do in the West. It's not about negotiating a deal. They'll negotiate till you're blue in the face. They have no compunction about violating their deals because we are the West, we are the enemy. This is just another step toward going where they want to go. We want to believe otherwise because we don't want to drop bombs. But I want you folks to know, Christians and Jews, forever wars they talk about. Did you open your Bible lately? We're in a forever war. Good versus evil. It never stops. Tyranny versus liberty. It never stops. Now, we may stop, then they win. That's how that works. Now, just because we have foolish administrations from time to time who don't know which wars to get into and which wars not to get into, doesn't mean when you're staring in the eye of a terrorist who wants to blow you off the face of the earth that you capitulate. How stupid is that? By the way, press, you suck. Just wanted to throw that in there, too. You'll take my words and screw around, but I don't care about you either. As a matter of fact, nobody cares about you. Anti-Semitism. For God's sake, shouldn't we be thanking Donald Trump for an all-hands-on government effort to stop this? These Jewish organizations that have come out against what he's doing, who don't know the Due Process Clause, from the Equal Protection Clause to any other clause in the Constitution, they are a disgrace. And they do more to contribute to anti-Semitism than anything I can think of. And I would love to unite with them, but they won't unite with me. Anti-Semitism is on the rise, and it's spreading in our country, and it's spreading in every other country on the face of the earth. And that's because the terrorist regimes have done a damn good job with exporting their ideology through their people throughout Europe and the United States. It's called revolution by immigration. This is the latest crusade that is taking place throughout the world. I didn't invent this, they invented this. This has been their policy, this has been their practice. It is to conquer through immigration, to conquer the cultures. The West is weak, take advantage of their constitution, take advantage of their parliaments. That is exactly what's going on in the world today. And somehow the press misses the whole thing. I don't know why. But it's true. And they're succeeding. And so when I see liberal Jewish groups coming to the defense of this guy, Camille, who is drenched in Hamas, who is drenched in terrorism, who is drenched in all of this, we have to save ourselves and save those buffoons at the same time, because they're not going to save anybody, certainly not us. And my wife has said, and she's exactly right all these years, for them, the Democrat Party is their religion. The religion is not their religion, and it's true. And as a footnote, I want to say to my wife, Julie, and my stepson, David, I would not be here but for them. I would not be here but for them. I've always been a strong supporter of Israel. My parents were, much like Sid. I always was a Jew, Wasn't sure what it meant, but it didn't matter. And I'd fight over it. But I didn't come to Israel until I was 60 years old. I know I look 42, but I was 60 years old. And it's because of them. And here's the thing. It's called the Holy Land for a reason. Judaism was born, I thought it was here, now I keep thinking it's Yemen. Judaism was born here. Christianity was born here. We're not moving it. We're not changing it. And my father had a lot of common sense. World War II vet, he said, "Can you open your Bible and show me where the Palestinians are?" That's all he needed to know. That's all he cared. He's a tough man. That's all he cared about. We're being overwhelmed with Arab money. We're being overwhelmed with Qatari money. We turn the other cheek and we pretend it's not happening. It's happening. Their money, Malcolm will tell you, his group is working very hard on this. I'm working on getting one of your guys on TV this weekend. $29 billion, their latest report says, and that doesn't even cover monies that are unreported. It's hard to cope with that, but they're buying politicians, they're buying law firms, they're buying special interests, they're buying media groups, they're buying people in and out of government, they're buying golf tournaments, they're buying tennis tournaments, they're buying TV. It doesn't matter. They're spreading the wealth, and it's having an impact. That's Qatar. Qatar told Hamas, don't settle with the Israelis. We have a plan, a 5-year ceasefire, then we'll give you the hostages back so they can rebuild. That's what they want, so they can play with the minds of the hostage families who suffered enough, and some fools in the United States of America and some of the press. 5-year ceasefire, they say. You butchered our people. There is no friggin' way we're going to go on any kind of ceasefire with you over a long period of time. That's the bottom line. You raped our women. You raped our women. You killed our babies. You decapitated our men. No damn ceasefire, period. Look what's been accomplished in 18 months. Israel with the Prime Minister of Israel in his government. Look what he's done. Hamas is on its back. If they'd been left alone, Hamas would be eviscerated already. Hezbollah is a weak shadow of itself. Absolute genius and brilliance, how that was done. Incredible. God bless you, honey. But every minute this man has been prime minister, they've tried to destroy him. They've tried a coup. They've tried insurrections. They've tried sabotage. Now they're back to trying another coup. Israel, I hate to tell you, you live in a judicial tyranny. That's exactly what you have right now, a judicial tyranny. You are not a democracy when your court can get involved in every single issue of your government and your Knesset and reverse it because they feel it's unreasonable or whatever ridiculous standards they've created for yourself. Your court has taken over your country, joined by your generals, joined by your media, and it's a disgusting disgrace. You have a Churchill in your midst who is winning this war, who is saving your people, who is fighting off the enemy, and you want to destroy him. Who would do better, Lapid? Ehud Barak, who lasted about 14 seconds and is organizing the opposition with foreign governments and so forth? You have a coalition in this country that is grotesque. We do too. We have the Marxist Islamist coalition on our college campuses right now. That's what it is. Well, Mark, how can that be? Marx preached against religion. The ends justify the means. They'll take care of that later. the way Stalin took care of Trotsky later. That's later. Right now they have a common enemy, the West. A common enemy, the United States. A common enemy, Israel. And they are united against us, they're united against Israel, and they're united against Europe. Europe's just too stupid to figure it out yet, but that's okay. People say to me, you have courage to speak out. I have no courage to speak out. It doesn't take courage, Sid, does it, to speak out? You either do the right thing or you don't do the right thing. You have one life to live. You've got young men and women putting their lives on the line. You've got people who are slaughtered in their homes. Courage? This isn't courage. This is right versus wrong. This is good versus evil. It's that simple. You have a man over here who we love. Courage. He was the commander of the British forces in Afghanistan, Colonel Richard Kemp. That's courage. You've got men and women in here who've served different militaries. That's courage. This is not courage. But I also want to tell our enemies one other thing. Do you actually think you can do what the Persians couldn't do, what the Babylonians couldn't do, what Hitler couldn't do? You think for 2 seconds that you're going to do what these empires couldn't do to us? There's no damn way. It's not going to happen. We're not going anywhere. This country of Israel is a country of intellectuals, really smart people, developers, entrepreneurs, and warriors. This is a warrior nation, not because it wants to be, but because it has to be. And you talk to any young person in Israel, their father has been to wars, their grandfathers has been to wars, all of them are veterans. You walk down the street, they're all, it's not like the United States, where, you know, it's 5% of the population. No, this is all in. They are warriors. I want to thank Benjamin Netanyahu for his service. I want to thank Ron Dermer, a wonderful friend of ours, for his service. Danny Danon, all the other wonderfuls, Leitner, the other folks who are serving this government, who get attacked, who get brutalized, who are blamed for things that are completely out of their control, for the things they have done for this country. Over the last 18 months, it's been incredible. I don't know how many democracies could survive. A small population, overwhelmed with the hate and the terrorism. And it's not just what surrounds them, it's within their own country, the terrorism that takes place. The only country on the face of the earth where the indigenous lands of the people are called a West Bank of some other country. West Bank of Jordan? No, it's the East Bank of Israel. That's what it is. I want the anti-Semites in our country to know something. I'm never going to shut up. Sid is never going to. You're a bunch of punks as far as we're concerned. You're nothing. And finally, so you can go to dinner, we have another problem in our country. We have one political party that has turned on Israel, that has a base within the party that actually supports the terrorists. It is a party that has always been sort of an odd mix of miscreants, malcontents, and reprobates. But now it really is a party of miscreants, malcontents, and reprobates, and Hamas supporters. We have a media that was spoon-fed lies from Hamas and was and perfectly happy to regurgitate it, no matter how many experts, statisticians, told them it was wrong. Even Hamas last month told them they were wrong, and they're still spitting out the lies about the data. This is why you're hated, by the way. We love the First Amendment, but we are disgusted with people who are destroying it. That's the truth. Ideology dressed up as journalism is ideology. It's that simple. I don't pretend to be a journalist. And by the way, I never want to be a journalist. And then there's the Republican Party. The vast majority of the Republicans support the State of Israel. The vast majority of the American people, 80%, support the State of Israel. Because the American people are good people. And they don't like the fact that terrorist bullies are raping and pillaging and murdering either. We Americans have nothing but contempt for people like that, and we've gone all over the world to destroy regimes that have done that to other people. So we will never, ever stand with the enemy, even though elements in our society do. That's number one. Number two, we have a little problem in the Republican Party. We have some of our own anti-Semites. We have some of our own, I don't know what they, isolationists, that's too nice. Appeasers, that's too nice. Pacifists, that's too nice. We have some of our own people who back these enemies. And that's a fact. And that's a fact. I don't think they're as powerful as some people seem to think. In fact, I think they're getting so damn crazy that they're becoming a smaller and smaller cabal, to be perfectly honest with you, as they go further and further and further out on the limb. I think people are now saying, wait a minute, I thought they were, now they're a little way out there. I think that's beginning to happen with a little help from us, but I think that's beginning to happen. The good news is the enemy is not only losing, but the enemy is going to lose. Those nations that surround Israel, thanks to your people, your military, thanks to most of your people, thanks to your leadership, your tremendous prime minister and his government. He is a wartime leader, seriously, like we haven't seen since Churchill. There's simply no question about it, and the situation's even a little bit more difficult. And then there's the bad news, what will happen with Iran. I can promise you this, as an American who worries about intercontinental ballistic missiles with nuclear warheads, as an American who saw what this ideology could do on 9/11, right in the center of our biggest city, take down our two biggest buildings, hit our Pentagon, but for the heroes on the other plane, they would have hit either the White House or the Capitol building. People say, oh, that's 7,000 miles away. That's not 7,000 miles away. You out of your mind? They hit us. Israel didn't drag us into that. They hit us. And they're going to keep hitting us. Why do we need an Iron Dome? The president speaks of an Iron Dome. Because somebody might shoot a nuclear missile at us. They don't believe in assured mutual destruction, like the communists do, which is bad enough, like the fascists in Russia do, that's bad enough. These are terrorists. They just believe in destruction, not mutual assured destruction. Their better life is the next life, they think. I think their better life's the next life, too, by the way. So we will watch. We will see what happens. My opinion's not exactly unknown. I just don't think agreements with terrorists seem to hold up very well. And so, but I will say this. If there's somebody who can get a good agreement, at least for a period of time, it's Donald Trump. But my own view is he's not going to last forever. He's not going to be president more than 4 years. We saw what Obama did. We saw what Biden did. We know what these Democrats stand for. That is a dangerous game. is an extremely dangerous game, and when it comes to nuclear weapons, I don't believe in playing dangerous games. It's that simple. I speak here as an American. There's no way in hell the Iranians should get a nuclear weapon, and there's no way in hell we should pretend that they won't get a nuclear weapon unless we stop them from getting a nuclear weapon. I have a question. I heard it said, look, there's a lot of countries that have nuclear programs for energy. How many of those countries are we negotiating with to make sure they don't turn it into nuclear weapons? One. We don't have to negotiate with everybody else because they don't plan on building nuclear weapons. Why is it that we talk about dismantling? Wait a minute. I thought there was a deal that they weren't supposed to be building in the first place. Now we're talking about dismantling. Well, they're not going to agree to dismantle. Well, they're not going to agree to dismantle what? Nuclear weapons. That's what we're talking about. This diplomatic yin-yang doesn't do a lot for me. All this silly semantics doesn't do a lot for me. Dismantling, because they're close to a nuke, as far as I know, what do I know? They may even have a nuke. You don't have to dismantle a domestic energy program. And I'm tired of us hearing from everybody. They have a right to domestic nuclear energy. Actually, they don't. That regime doesn't even have a right to exist, as far as I'm concerned. And to finish, being a warmonger and a neocon and all that, you know. We so-called warmongers are the peace lovers. We're realistic. We don't pretend terrorists aren't terrorists. We don't believe nuclear bombs or nuclear energy. We remember 9/11. We know what these bombs can do from Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which is a hell of a lot more damage than happened on 9/11. And anybody who doesn't think those 20 terrorists on 9/11, if they didn't have an atomic weapon or a chemical weapon or biological weapon, and they wouldn't have used it, they would have used it in 2 seconds. You would have had 10 million people dead. This has to be confronted. This has to be fought. We have to have the courage to speak out in a respectful way, a respectful and proper way. That's all I'm saying. Nobody needs to read anything into that. I'm just making a point. Somebody said here earlier, I think it was Sarah, actually, there was no choice, was there? In the last election, it was Donald Trump hands down. That's it, period, no question. That man has done more for American-Israeli relations than any American president, and honestly, it includes Harry Truman. And there's no question about that. He has stood with the Israelis. He stared down the people who said, don't move the capital. He was giddy about recognizing the capital. You look at what Donald Trump has done, whether it's the Taylor Force Act, whether it's cutting off the PLO's money, whether it's cutting off UNRWA, even now, when you look, Israel needs the arms, Israel gets the arms. Are you kidding me? It's night and day. It is night and day, and I am proud that I voted for this man and support this man for president. He has appointed a man as ambassador who is absolutely fantastic. But no nukes for Iran. That's it. Case closed for me. I want to thank all of you patriots. I want to God bless you. Alex, your team, I've never seen anything like this. Absolutely fantastic. The people you brought. Kufi, I don't know if it was intended for both of you to be in the same place at the same time. I want us to give an applause for Christians United for Israel. To know this family is to love this family, but I want to tell you something. They are serious. We need the Christians. There's not enough of us. And let me tell you the truth. that Constitution that we Americans love, but for the Christians, that Constitution wouldn't exist. That Declaration of Independence that we love, but for the Christians, that Declaration of Independence wouldn't exist. The Judeo-Christian value belief system, we are attached at the hip. It's created the greatest country on the face of the earth, the United States of America, and it has created the only democracy that can stand up and fight against the enemy in the Middle East, and that is Israel. Christians and Jews, God bless you all. I want to thank you. I want to thank everybody who's been involved in this. God bless you.
And with that, our summit comes to a conclusion. I want to thank everyone who's been involved. I want to thank all of our partners, our sponsors, all of our great chairs of sessions, panelists, presenters. Most of all, Summit Chairman Richard Heidemann, who's provided incredible leadership. Avia Asner, who coordinated so many details, did an amazing job. Orly Rachamim, the entire Think Content team, all of you. You're all heroes. Thank you. Let's celebrate what we've accomplished over these last 2 days. Please join us upstairs for a cocktail party. Thank you so much, and we'll see you again next year.